If you are planning to build a web app or a software as a service for users across the globe, don't miss this course, where first we will learn how to handle datetime in Python by doing some simple exercises. Next, we will have a short introduction to time zones to learn why time zone awareness matters. Then we will create this task measurement app so we can log in on different tasks and later see how long it took us to execute them. Once we create a user, it has by default the time zone set to UTC, but while accessing this main page for the first time, the browser will detect the time zone and it will automatically update the user time zone settings, but the user will still have the option to manually change it. On the main page, the user can review all the tasks as well as add new ones. Now let's log in on this new task. I'm going to log in for work, and as you can see, we have a confirmation that I have been logged in on work, and here is my timer. I can stop it and, for example, log in on break. And then I can log out and I can view the history of logs by pressing the history button. This functionality will enable tracking of your work. What's worth mentioning is that the date time is converted from UTC according to the user's time zone settings. You can also view the summary of logs where your logs are summarized and you have the total time, total work time, total non-work time, log count, the shortest log and the longest log. You can also remove a particular task and export the logs from Django administration to different formats. Finally, you will have a small challenge to create a simple app on your own and repeat some of the topics learned throughout this course. Alright guys, before we get started, I just want to mention that for this course, I will be using Visual Studio Code. So you can download it for free at code.visualstudio.com and go ahead and grab the stable version according to your operation system. After downloading it and installing, open it up and go to the extensions section and then install Django Beautiful Syntax and Scope Snippets by Baptiste Dartenay and Django Templates and Backend Snippets by Robert Solis, as well as Python, of course. Welcome to the exercises section of this course. Over here we are going to perform some simple operations on date and time in order to have a better understanding on how it works in Python and what we can do with it. So in order to get started, let's open up a blank window of terminal and let's access the desktop. And here, let's create a directory called dt- and then x. So dt as datetime and then x as exercises. And now let's access this dtx directory. And over here, we can basically create some files, but we will do it directly from Visual Studio Code. So if you want to open up Visual Studio Code, you have basically two options. You can drag and drop this directory on the Visual Studio icon, or you can open it up with code space .comment. If it isn't working for you, what you need to do is to press Command-Shift-P, or on Windows, probably it's going to be Control-Shift-P, and then you need to find this shell command, install code command in path. Then close Visual Studio Code and open it up again. And now what we can do is to access our directory and inside of it create the first Python file called dt1py. Let's begin from importing datetime from datetime. So from datetime, we want to import date time, okay? And the DateTime model is a powerful tool for handling dates and times in Python, and it's commonly used in many applications, including data analysis or web development. So what we want to do first is to grab the current date and time. So let's write current DT. This is our variable. So current date time is equal to datetime.now. All right, I'm going to save this, but before, let's print out current DT. Okay, now let's save this and let's press the play button. And over here we have our current date time. And as you can see, it matches the one on my computer. So outside of a Django project, it uses the system settings. But when we will run it in our Django web app, it will display the date time according to the time zone settings in the settings py file. So the default is UTC. And if we will run date time now with the default settings, we will get the UTC date time. And I have an entire presentation prepared in the next section about time zones. However, right now I just want to mention that UTC stands for Coordinated Universal Time. And you can imagine it as a global clock that helps everyone around the world agree on the same time, no matter where they are. And this helps to avoid confusion when we are talking about time. For example, if there is 3 p.m. in London, it is also 3 p.m. in New York according to UTC. So right now, if we would like to display the current date time as UTC, what we need to do is to define a new variable. I'm going to call it current DT UTC, and this is going to be date time, and now we need to call UTC now on it. And let's print current DT UTC. Let's save this, let's run it, and over here we have the current UTC time. So you can see it's 2 hours behind my local time. In this video, we will continue working on getting the current date and time, and although we did this in the previous lesson, we have to explore a small issue that can actually be a very big problem if you are planning to create an application that is going to be used worldwide across different time zones. So in order to understand the problem, let's create a new exercise file, and I'm going to name it dt2py, and here I'm going to import datetime from datetime. And yeah, as a reminder, let's create a current DT variable and let's get the current date time just as we did in the last lecture. So I'm going to print the current DT. I'm going to save this and run this. So here is the result. And if you take a closer look at the output, do you see any potential issues related with it? And maybe as a hint, I'll give you a helper question. And the helper question is, how does the system supposed to know what time zone you are referring to? And the answer to this question is absolutely, it cannot. It cannot interpret the time zone because there is no time zone information in this type of format. This type of format is called naive. So it doesn't consist of any time zone information. So what we can do is to create an aware format, which will consist of time zone information. And again, we will talk about this more in the presentation. But right now, what we can do is to basically use the pytz, so Python time zone library, in order to create this datetime object, which is going to be aware, or we can use the combination of time zone and time delta imported from datetime to create a simpler solution, not necessarily recommended solution, But for now, let's do it since we are going to use pytz library later throughout this course, especially when we are going to create our Django application. So right now, as mentioned before, let's create this very simple solution, and I'm going to create a new variable called myTimeZone. And for this, I need to bring in timezone and time delta. So I'm going to write timezone and then open it up, and then I'm going to place time delta, and with the use of time delta, I'm going to shift the hours by 2. So here I'm stimulating the Europe, for example, Madrid time zone, okay? And this date time noun accepts a parameter, which is time zone. So what we can do is to write now, for example, current dt, and then let's write aware is equal to date time now, and let's pass in the time zone info, which as you can see over here is optional. So I'm going to pass in my time zone, and then I'm going to print current dt aware. So let's save this right now. Let's run it. And as you can see over here, we have an aware datetime object, which consists of time zone information. So this is basically UTC time plus 2. Okay, so if the UTC time is 11, the time that you see over here, okay, this time is 11 is 7 minutes 55 seconds plus 2 hours. To prove this, I'm going to simulate that my time zone variable is going to refer to the Europe-London time zone, okay? So here we have a time difference of 1 hour to UTC. So I'm going to save this and run this one more time. And now, as you can see, my local time, Europe Madrid, is 13. So it's 1 p.m. And the London time is 12 p.m. Okay? In this video, we will have a short lesson on getting the date and time separately. So in order to get started, I'm going to create a new exercise file called dt3py, and as usual, I will begin from the imports. So from date time, we want to bring not only date time, but also date. Let's define a new variable called today, and this is going to be date, and we can call today to get the today's date. So let's print today. Let's run this, and there we have it. This is the today's date. Now let's get the current time. In order to do this, we need to refer to the date time and call now, and then call additionally time. And this should give us the current time. So let's write current time. And there we have it. In this video, we are going to calculate the future date from right now. So in order to get started, I'm going to create a new exercise file called dt4py, and as usual, we will begin from the imports. So from date time, we want to bring in date time and also time delta. Okay, so with the time delta, we performed in exercise number 2, time zone shifting. So here we will use it to add to today's date some time defined with the use of time delta. So let's see how this will work. I'm going to create a new variable just as we did before. Current dt is equal to date time now. And then let's write the future dt, and this is going to be equal current dt plus time delta And let's say that we want to calculate what is going to be the future date time from now 2 weeks. So I'm going to write weeks 2, and then I'm going to print the current DT as well as the future DT. There we go. So this is basically calculating what is going to be the date time 2 weeks from now. I'm going to save this and run it, and there we go. So this is the today's date time, and this is the date time in 2 weeks. Perfect. So let's practice this a little bit more. I'm going to create a new variable called new future dt, and this is going to be equal current dt plus time delta. But here I will specify that weeks should be 1, and maybe we will have days set to 1 and minutes set to 30. Okay, so let's see what we will have. I'm going to write print new future date, and I'm going to run this. So this is the current date time, this is the new future, this is the future date time, and this is the new future date time. Let's add some description. Current date time. I'm going to copy this, paste it over here. Let's change this to future. And then over here, let's paste it again, and new future date time. There we go. Let's run this one more time. So now we have the current date time, the future date time in 2 weeks, and the new future date time, which is over here. We can see that the minutes work quite well. We may think, how does the weeks in combination with days work? So I'm going to change this to 1, run this, and as you can see over here we have 30. So this is 1 week from now, the 30th, and today we have the 23rd. So if we have days specified as well, we have weeks plus days. So in our case, it is 8 days from now and 30 minutes. And this is exactly what we see over here. In this video, we will talk about formatting and parsing. So in order to get started, we need to create a new exercise file, and I did this already. I named it dt5py, and at the top I placed a comment. So we will be talking about strf time versus strp time. So strf time, it is used to format date time, date or time objects into a string, while strp time is used to parse a string into date time, date, or time objects. So as you can see, they are doing the opposites to each other. Okay, to see how this works in practice, I'm going to bring in date time from date time. And as I did before, I will set up a current dt variable, and this is going to be date time now. And I will print the current dt as well as the type of current dt. So let's save this and let's run this. And over here we have the current dt as well as its type. So this is a confirmation that the current dt is in fact a datetime object. Okay. So now let's say that we want to format this datetime object with the use of strf time into a string, and we just want to keep things simple. So let's say that we want to have the same result, but without the dot and the values after the dot. So we want only this part. In order to do this, I'm going to create a variable with the selected format. In the next lesson, I'm going to place an article with all the popular formatting options. Right now, I'm going to use a pretty common approach, which will basically give us this output highlighted over here. So the first is the year. To get the year, as you see over here, we need to use % and capital Y. Then we want to grab the month and the day. Next, let's grab the hour, minute, and second with capital S. And not a dollar, but %. Okay, so this is our selected format. Below the selected format, let's create a variable formatted current DT. And this is going to be equal current DT. We will call on the current DT strftime passing the selected format. Below, we will print out the formatted current DT as well as the type of the formatted current DT. So let's save this and let's run it. And as you can see, we formatted our datetime object into a string. And here we have this confirmation that the formatted current DT is in fact a string. So let's do the opposite. I'm going to copy this datetime output and I'm going to place it into a string. So we have taken care of this example where we used strftime to take a datetime object and make a string out of it with the use of formatting rules. And right now we are going to do the opposite. We will have a datetime string, you can say, and with the use of strptime, we will get a datetime object. So I will place these values into a string. And as the next step, let's create a DT variable. And this is going to be datetime, strptime, where we will pass in the DT str as well as the selected format. And below, let's print out the DT as well as the type of DT. I'm going to save this, run it, and we have a value error. Unconverted data remains. So this error basically complains about this part. So since this is a string, I can split it and create a list out of it by the dot. Okay, so we will split it into a list with 2 elements because we have 1 dot over here. And this is going to be the first element, and this is going to be the second element. And since we are interested in the first element, because this part is giving us the value error, I'm going to grab this first element. Okay, and now everything should work. And in fact, it does. And as you can see over here, we have created out of a string a datetime object. Perfect. Welcome back to the course. In this video, we will practice a little bit more strftime and strptime. Before we begin, I just want to make sure that you understand how strptime works, because with strftime, things I think are pretty clear. So you have a datetime object, you provide a certain format, and then you get a string out of it. Okay, so this is for the date time, but you can do the same for the date as well as the time. For the date, you have a date format, and for the time, you have a time format. And you can create a string holding a date, time, or date time. With strptime, things are just a little bit different. So first of all, you provide a string. So in our case, the string is holding a value of date time. And then you provide a format. And this format is an instruction for the strp time how to read this string. Without this instruction, strp time won't be able to bring this string and convert it into, in our case, a datetime object. So we will see how this works in practice. Also, I want to mention that when we are calling strp time, we get a datetime object. If we call date on it, we get a date object. If we call time on it, we get a time object, okay? All right, so let's begin by creating a new exercise file called dt6py. And as usual, let's bring datetime from datetime. Okay, as the next step, let's define two formats, one for the date and the other one for the time. So the date format is going to be D and then B, so the day, B as the name of the month, and then small y, and this is going to be a shorter version of the year. So if we have 2023, we will see 23. All right, so this is for the date. Let's now define the time format. And here, I'm just going to put the one you have already seen. So hours, and then minutes, and then seconds. Great. Now let's create a variable called date2day str. And this is going to be datetime now. And we will call directly strftime on it, providing a date format. So this is going to be a string, but let's see the results. I'm going to save this, run it, and there we go. 24th of August, 23. Perfect. So as the next step, let's bring this to a date object. So I'm going to define a variable date today. And this is going to be date time, strp time, not f time, but strp time. There we go. And here, let's provide the date today str as well as the date format. So now, let's print it out. And yeah, let's check the results. And here we have our datetime object with an issue related to the time because we specified the format only for the date. So if we would place over here the time format as well, I'm going to do it very quickly, we would have the proper time over here as well. But we are interested only in the date. So let's call over here date. And now everything should be working. And in fact, it is. Okay, what would happen if we would have a different date format? So I'm going to place over here the year, the month, and the day. So the format that you have already seen. And this time I'm going to place in the strp time the different date format. Let's save this and run it. And yeah, we have a value error. Time data 24 August 23 does not match the format. So basically in the strp time, you provide a string containing, in this case, a date. Then you have to tell strp time how to read this string, and you do it with the format. If the format doesn't match, you get an error. If it matches the format, you get the correct result. So I'm going to comment this out, and I'm going to bring in the date format. And yeah, let's move to the time case. So I'm going to create a variable time now str, and this is going to be date time now. And again, we will call strf time directly on it, but this time we will provide the time format. And now we can create a time now variable, and this is going to be datetime str time. And here let's provide the time now str as well as the time format. There we go. So let's print out the time now, and yeah, maybe over here let's print out the time now str. Let's save this, let's run it, and again we have to call not date over here, but this time time, okay, to get rid of this issue with the date. And there we go. So as you can see, right now, the string matches the time object. But if we would change the format over here to something like this, or let's maybe do something more extreme. Okay. Let's save this. Now it doesn't match. So we have a weird looking format. Okay. And we basically create a string out of this format. But then when we bring it back to a time object, we provide this format. So the strp time knows how to read it. And then based on those instructions, it creates a time object in this case. All right. So right now, I hope this is clear. If not, please let me know in the comment section. In this video, we will calculate the time difference between two dates and date times. So in order to get started, I'm going to create a new file called dt7py, and as usual, let's bring datetime from datetime. All right, so now I want to create a simple datetime object, but I don't want to create the current datetime object. So I don't want to use datetime now to get the current date time. I want to create a specific datetime object. So I'm just going to name the variable for this as dt, and this is going to be datetime. And here I'm going to pass 2023 for the year, 8 for the month, 1 for the day. So we are talking over here about the 1st of August. And then let's say I want to have 12 p.m. So I will provide 12 for the hours, 0 for the minutes, and 0 for the seconds. Let's now print dt and see what we will get over here. And here is our datetime object. So we can confirm this by writing type and passing dt. And there we go. All right. So now let's create two date objects and get the difference between those two date objects. So I'm going to create date1 as datetime, and let's just maybe copy this, paste it over here, and let's do date2, and this is also going to be datetime. And again, I'm going to paste this, but I will put as the date the 15th. Now I'm going to set a variable td, which is going to be equal date2 minus date1, and let's print out the result. I'm going to run this, and there we go. We have 14 days and 0 minutes. Perfect. So as the next step, I'm going to set a variable today, and I'm going to get the today's date with the use of date, which is going to be imported from datetime. And here I'm going to write date today. And as the next step, what I want to do is to divide from today's date, let's say date number 2. So I'm going to set a td2 variable, for example, and this is going to be equal today minus, and then I'm going to place in date2, and let's print out the result. Let's write td2. There we go. And we have unsupported operand type for datetime date and date time. So this is an issue related to the fact that over here we have a date object, and date2 is in fact a date time object, okay? So what we can do right now is to bring this to date. So I'm going just to avoid errors over here. I'm going to bring both dates to date objects by calling date, all right? And here we also have a date object. So right now everything should be working. And as you can see, in fact, it is working, all right? So as the next step, I'm going to create logs. So we will deal with logs in our Django project. And this is going to be a string containing a value of a date time. So I'm going to place in 23 year, August for the month, and then for the day, let's say the 21st, and then I will have 3 p.m. for the time, and let's set this as log1. Then we will have log2. I'm going to copy this, paste it over here, and let's make this 22 and maybe 5 p.m. All right, so as the next step, I'm going to specify a date time format, and this is going to be the year, the month, and then we will have the day, as well as the hour, minute, and second like this. All right, so now what we need to do is to bring those logs into date time objects with the use of strptime. So let's call this actually log1 str, log2 str, and now over here let's create log1 is equal to datetime strptime, and let's provide the log1 str as well as the datetime format. So we are not calling date, we are not calling time, we want this log to be a datetime object. And I'm going to copy this, paste it below. Over here we will have log2, and this is going to be log2 str with the same datetime format. So now let's create a delta, and this is going to be equal log2 minus log1, and let's print out the delta. And there we have it. So it's 1 day and 2 hours. In this video, we are going to create a duration object holding certain values, and then we are going to convert this duration object into minutes. So in order to get started, I'm going to create, as usual, a new exercise file, and this time I will call it dt8py. Let's begin from the imports, and I want to bring from datetime time delta. Okay, so we don't need, for this example, datetime from datetime. We need to import time delta from datetime. And with the use of time delta, we are going to create a representation of time, and we will store it in a duration variable. So let's write time delta. Here, let's specify the days. I'm going to set 3 days. Next, we have hours. So here I will place in 8. The minutes I will set to maybe 45. And let's also specify the seconds. Maybe let's set them to 30. All right, so let's print out the duration. And here we have, in fact, 3 days, 8 hours, 45 minutes, and 30 seconds. So as mentioned before, now we want to take this duration that we see over here and convert it into minutes. But before we do that, I want to introduce a function called diff mode. And I'm going to explain it on example, or actually two examples. So first of all, I'm going to print out div mode, and I'm going to pass in 10 and 1. Then I'm also going to print out the div mode, and I'm also going to pass in 10, but then I will pass in not 1, but 3. Let's run the code. And as you can see, we have a tuple as a result. So in the first case, we have 10 and 0. And in the second case, we have 3 and 1. So what is 10? 10 is how many times 1 fits 10. Okay, so in this case, it fits 10 times. And what is 0? 0 is the reminder. So if there is any rest, we will have it stored over here. But as mentioned before, 1 fits 10 perfectly 10 times. That's not the case for the second example. Over here we have 10 and 3. So 3 fits 10 3 times. So 3 times 3 is 9. And there is 1 reminder. Okay, so 3 times 3 plus 1 is equal to 10. So we have 3 over here. Let's say it's this one. 3 over here, it's this one. And 1 is this one. And the result is 10. And this should match. Okay, so now that we understand, hopefully, how div mode works, we can actually use it in order to transform our duration into minutes. So what I'm going to do is to get the duration, total amount of seconds. So let me define a variable called seconds, and this is going to be equal duration total seconds. Next, I want to extract the minutes and the reminder, okay, from the div mode that we are going to use. So first of all, maybe let's write div mode, and then I'm going to pass in the seconds. And since there is 60 seconds in 1 minute, and we are trying to get the minutes, I'm going to paste in 60. So here we can write minutes and then reminder. So we are extracting the minutes. Okay, so just as we did over here, we are trying to find out how many times 60 will fit in the total seconds, and if there is a reminder. Okay, so let's maybe first print out the minutes and the reminder. And there we go. So we have 4,845 minutes and 30 seconds. Okay, so we are extracting minutes. Let me show you how this will work on this particular example. Let's say that we have a value and a reminder. So we are unpacking the value and the reminder. Let's run it, and there we have it, okay? So we are doing a similar thing over here. We are extracting or unpacking the minutes and the reminder. And yeah, there's basically one thing left to do. Mainly, we need to convert the seconds into minutes of the reminder. So let's write a variable called total minutes. And this is going to be equal minutes and then plus, and we are going to divide the reminder by 60. So in our case, it should be half a minute, because 30 seconds divided by 60 seconds is half a minute. So let's write reminder divided by 60. And let's print out the total minutes variable. And there we go, 4,845.5 minutes. In this video, we are going to get the day of the week, and we will do it in two ways. The first one is going to be very short and easy, and the other one is also going to be very simple, however, just a little bit longer. So as you can see, I already created a new exercise file called dt9py, and I brought date from DateTime. And over here, we should obtain the today's date. So let's do the first example, and this is going to be the easier one. I'm going to define a variable called day of week, and this is going to be today, and then strf time, and we are going to pass in a format %a. So we already learned that %b would give us the name of the month, and %a will give us the day of the week. Okay, so let's try this out. Day of week like this. And yeah, let's run it. And we have Thursday. Perfect. So if we would have B over here, just as a reminder, we would have August. Perfect. So this was the easier way. The second approach is related to using this days of week list that I prepared over here. So we have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So I'm going to create a new variable called day of week index, or IDX, and this is going to be equal to day dot weekday. Let's print this out. And we have 3. And what this means is that we have to now relate this 3 to the days of week list. Monday is the first element, so it's 0. Tuesday is 1. Wednesday is 2. And Thursday is 3. Okay, so this works. So now we just need to get the actual value stored in this list, which relates to the index. So we can do it in a very easy way. I'm going to create a new variable, day of week 2, and this is going to be equal day of week, days of week now, okay, because we need to refer this to this list. And then we just need to pass in the index. So day of week IDX. And now we can print out day of week 2. Okay, let's run it. And there we go. We have Thursday. In this video, we are going to create a date validation function, which will check if a given string is a date or not. So as you can see, I already created a new exercise file. I named it dt10py, and I already imported the DateTime from DateTime. So as the next step, I'm going to create this function, and I'm going to name it isValidDate. And this will take in a string, which I'm going to name dateStr. Over here, inside of this function, we will have a try except block. So first of all, let's look at the except, where we will have except value error, and we will return false. And when will we return false? We will return false when we try to convert this date string into a date object, and we fail. So as you know, we can do this with the use of DateTime, strp time, and we are going to check if this date string is in fact a date against a format that I'm going to set right now. It's going to be year, month, and day. I'm sure that by now you are familiar with this format. And let's turn this to a date object by calling date And finally, let's return true. And now our isValidDate function is ready. So what we can do is to grab the user input. This is going to be equal input. And here we need to provide some instruction to the user. So I'm going to write enter a date of your choice. And then I'm going to give a hint, which is going to be the format. So we want to have the year, month, and day. Okay, so as the next step, we are going to use this isValidDate function, and we are going to pass as the date string the user input. And we will do it with the use of if check. If is valid date, and now let's pass in the user input. If this is the case, we are going to print out, for example, congrats, your date is valid. In other case, we are going to print out invalid date. Okay, so if this returns true, that means that we were able to transform this date string into a date object. So the user provided the correct date in a correct format. And in other case, we are returning false. And this basically means that we are printing invalid date. So now what we need to do is to try this out. So enter a date of your choice. First, I'm going to enter hello world, and we have invalid date. So let's run this one more time. Here, I'm going to add maybe some date, some future date, but I'm going to place in wrong month. So we don't have a month of 20 and the day of 20. So over here we have invalid date as well. And now let's enter the correct date. So today is 2023, August 24th. And yeah, I have to run it. Let's do it one more time. 2023, 08 and 24. And as you can see, this is working. Congrats, your date is valid. In this video, we are going to create a simple countdown timer. So I already created a new exercise file called dt11py, and let's begin from the imports. This time we won't need date time, but instead we will bring in sleep from time. So from time, we want to import sleep. And with sleep, we are going to pause the execution of our code. Next, let's set a countdown variable to 10, and we will start counting down from this particular level. So we will have a countdown starting from 10 all the way to 0. So now we can create a while loop, and while countdown is greater or equal to 0, what we are going to do is to print out the countdown like this. Next, we are going to pause the execution of our code for 1 second with sleep, and we will pass the amount of seconds over here, as you can see in the hint above. So in our case, we want to pass 1 second, and then we are going to subtract from the countdown 1. So we can do it with this easy syntax, minus equal 1. This is basically the same as countdown is equal to countdown minus 1, okay? And then what we are going to do is to go outside of this while loop, and here we will print time is up. So in this scenario, we should see 10, 9, 8, all the way to 0. 0 should be also visible. And then we will get out of this while loop. because this condition will no longer be valid, and we will see time is up. So let's try this out. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, and time is up. So if we would like to have the countdown to 1 and skip the 0, so we would like to stop at 1 and then display time is up, we just need to get rid of this equal sign and run it again. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is up. In this video, we will take care of age calculation. So for this, I created a separate exercise file called dt12py, and I brought datetime from datetime. Before we actually get started with the code related to calculating the age, let's talk about tuple comparison. And I'm going to explain this again on an example. So I'm going to have a tuple with values 10 and 10, and then I'm going to compare this tuple to 10 and, or let's do it first with 9 and 11. So this tuple will be compared to this one, and we can get either true or false in this case. So let's do another example, and here we will also have, let's say, a tuple with 10 and 10, but we will compare it to a tuple where we will have 10 and 11. So now take a minute and guess if this will return true or false, and if this will return true or false. 3, 2, 1, go. And in the first case, we have true. And in the second case, we have false. And why is that? Well, first of all, the tuple comparison works like this. It looks at the first values. So over here in the first case, we clearly see that 10 is greater than 9, and there is no need to compare the second elements. But in the second case, 10 is equal to 10, so then we move to the second elements and compare them. And in this case, 10 is smaller than 11, and this is why we have false. So hopefully this is understandable, because we will use tuple comparison in this particular example. For now, I'm going to comment this out, and let's imagine that we have a certain birth date like this. And let's set this birth date to, let's say, 2000, and maybe May, and let's say the 15th. Okay, so this is, let's say, our birth date. So now we need to get the current date. That's right, current dt is equal to datetime now. Okay, so now we need to calculate the difference in years between the birth year and the current year. So what we are going to do is to define a new variable, age in years, and this is going to be equal current dt year minus birth date year. And let's print age in years. Let's run it, and we have 23. But imagine someone was born on, let's say, September 15th, and today's date is August 24th. If we only subtract the birth year from the current year, we will get a result not including the months, and the person's birthday didn't actually take place yet. So we need to check if the birth month and the day have occurred in this particular year. So what we are going to do is to define a new variable, has birthday occurred, I think with 2 R's, and then we will use tuple comparison. So in the first tuple, we will define the current DT month, and then current DT day. And in the second one, we will have the birth date like this. Yes, I think I spelled this correctly. If not, I apologize. And here we will have the birthday month and the birth date day, like this. All right. And now what we need to do is to adjust the age based on whether the birth date has occurred this year or not. So we can write a check. If not has birthday occurred, then what we are going to do is to access the age in years and subtract from it 1. And finally, we can print out the age in years, okay? And yeah, let's find out if this will work or not. Let's save this, run it, and we have 23. So let's change the birth date maybe to September 15th, okay? So in this case, we shouldn't see 23 because we have August 24th. And in this case, the birthday didn't yet occur. So I'm going to save this and I'm going to expect we see 22 instead of 23. Let's run it. And there we go. Welcome to the introduction lecture on date times and time zones. So I want to keep this lecture fairly short because I believe the best way to learn is by practicing and not going through a PowerPoint presentation. However, let's go through some of the key concepts that might help you get the most out of this course. I promise to keep this as short as possible. So let's begin from asking what is UTC. And UTC stands for Coordinated Universal Time, so it should be actually CUT, but it's UTC. And it acts like a global clock that ensures everyone everywhere uses the same time. So in other words, the time in UTC is the same for people all over the world. So no matter if you are in Germany, Canada, or Australia, the UTC time is the same. So why to use UTC? And here I'm going to repeat myself a little bit because the global consistency is in fact related to one global time, one global clock. So UTC ensures that events happen at the same time worldwide. Next, we have no more time zone confusion. With UTC, we don't have to change our clocks for different places. Next, we have always the same time, and UTC remains the same when daylight saving time begins or ends, and we will talk about daylight saving time on the next slide. Next, we have solving problems in an easy way. So when something goes wrong, it is easier to figure out because everyone uses the same time. And finally, works everywhere. UTC works the same on all systems, so it makes things run smoothly. Okay, so now let's talk about daylight saving time. And daylight saving time, or DST, is when we move our clocks forward in the spring and then back in the fall. So this is done to make better use of daylight during longer days in the summer. So we have more light in the evening and we can simply enjoy the sunny days. And daylight saving time can be confusing because not all countries use it. And those that do may have different start and end dates. So for example, United States, which typically starts DST on the second Sunday in March and ends it on the first Sunday in November, in contrast to United Kingdom, which starts DST on the last Sunday in March and ends it on the last Sunday in October. So the difference in start and end dates can create confusion for international travelers, but also for businesses. So now why to use UTC on an example? So let's imagine we need to schedule a meeting with users from different countries, different time zones, and our application doesn't use UTC as a reference. So this potentially can lead to confusion because the app won't automatically convert the meeting time to each user's local time. So now why to use UTC on an example? So imagine you need to schedule a meeting with users from different countries, different time zones, but your app doesn't use UTC as a reference. So this can lead up to confusion because the app won't automatically convert the meeting time to each user's local time. However, storing data in UTC will enable converting the meeting invitation's date time to users' local time in an easy way, so we can ensure that they won't miss a meeting. And this will make scheduling much more smoother. So this is something worth considering at the very beginning when you create your application. One of the questions to ask is, will my application grow? Or am I sure that it will be only for users in a given time zone? So now let's look at another example. Imagine you are working on a web app where users, again, from different countries, different time zones, post messages. And if you use UTC when a user in New York posts a comment, let's say at 4 a.m., and another user in Tokyo replies at maybe 8 a.m., you can easily see the correct order of events if they are in different time zones. So on the slide, we can see an illustration on what would the user from UK see if he or she would review the posts from people that wrote from Japan, New York, and Spain at the same time. So this user has its current time at 2 p.m. and while reviewing the posts, he or she can see that a user from Japan posted 2 hours ago at 12 p.m. So not 9 p.m., 12 p.m. A user from United States posted 2 hours ago at, again, 12 p.m., not 4 a.m. And then we have Spain, the same situation. A user from Spain posted 2 hours ago at 12 p.m., not 1 p.m. So next, let's talk about time formats, and we can distinguish naive and aware formats. Naive is when we don't see any time zone information like over here. We just see the date, the time, and no info about the time zone. In this case, we have aware in UTC. The Z and the plus 0000 indicates that these timestamps are in fact in the UTC time zone. Over here, we have an example of an aware non-UTC, and in this case, the minus 0500 indicates that the timestamp is 5 hours behind UTC. So next, let's talk about different ways of obtaining the current time, or to be more precise, current date time. And the first on the list is date time now. This gets us the current local time on the system where the code is running. So it looks at the settings in the Django project, what time zone is active, and it runs according to that setting, to those settings, but it returns the result in naive format unless we pass a specific time zone. So if we pass a specific time zone to now, the result will be in an aware format. We will take a look at some of the examples when we will start building our Django project. So if you feel confused, don't worry about it. Next on the list is time zone now, and this returns the current time in UTC. It is kind of equivalent to using date time UTC now, but the time zone now is in aware format, while UTC now is in naive format. And it works this way only if we have use TZ, use time zone, enabled. So we have to have in our settings PY use TZ set to true. Then we have time zone local time, and this gets the current time in the active time zone in an aware format. it provides the current time adjusted to the default time zone, which is set in the Django settings. If we pass a datetime object to it, it transforms that datetime object to the local time of the active time zone. So this is often used to convert the time from UTC to the local time. However, we are not going to use this approach because there is a better one. So next on the list is timezone activate, and this instructs Django to temporarily change the time zone for a given request. And this makes sure that all the date times align with the one that is chosen. This works well with timezone local time object to convert a given date time object to the user's time zone, but this is an additional step. So first we have to activate time zone, the user's time zone, and then we can convert a UTC datetime object to the user's time zone. And finally, we have object as time zone. This is quite important because this is the approach that we will be using throughout this course. And with object as time zone, we are converting the time of an object to match a specific time zone, just like with time zone local time object, but we can do it in one line. So we don't need to activate the time zone. We can pass it to as time zone, but then we can call as time zone on a particular object. So in the previous step, we had to use time zone local time object, but before we had to activate the time zone. So this is a two-line step, you can say. And over here, we have everything in one line. We take the datetime object that we want to convert, we call as time zone on it, and we specify what time zone we should convert it to. And before we finish this lecture, I just want to mention that throughout this course, we will be using SQLite, which doesn't support aware formats. However, by setting use time zone to true, we will be storing the data in UTC and we will be able to perform all the necessary operations and conversions. So we will use this approach for simplicity purposes. But of course, if you plan to go to production, it's better to use a production database like Postgres, which supports aware formats. In this video, we are going to create a new Django project. So I have a blank window of terminal open, and I'm going to access the desktop because over here we are going to create a new virtual environment, and I'm going to use virtual env for this. I'm going to name it tz-nv. Okay, we have a new directory on the desktop, so let's access it. And let's activate our newly created virtual environment. As the next step, we can install Django as well as the pytz package. So pip install Django and pytz. Let's wait a few seconds. All right, so now we can create a new Django project with the use of Django admin start project comment, and we are going to name the project as core. So now let's list out the elements. Over here we see this core directory, and if we go inside of core and list out the elements over here, we will notice that inside of core there is another core directory. So to avoid confusion, I'm going to rename this one to src. So we need to go up one level, and with the use of mv, we want to rename core to src. And there we go. So now if we access src, list out the elements again, we see core, but in the parent directory we have src. All right, so as the next step, let's create the database tables with the use of python manage py migrate command. Okay, and now we can actually create some applications. So the first application that we are going to initialize is going to be the users, because we will need a custom user model where we are going to store the information about the user's time zone. So I'm going to write Python manage py start app users. This is going to be our first application. Then we will write Python manage py start app tasks, because tasks is something that we want to measure, okay? And Python manage py start app logs is going to be our third application, because with the use of logs, we are actually going to measure the tasks. Now you can open up Visual Studio Code in basically two ways. So the first one is you can access the tzenv and drag the source directory on the Visual Studio Code icon, like this. Or you can write code space dot and open Visual Studio Code like this. If it doesn't work for you, press Command-Shift-P. On Windows, it's probably Control-Shift-P, and then you need to find shell command, install code command in path. Then close Visual Studio Code and try it one more time. Now let's access our main project folder and let's head over to the settings.py file. Over here we want to do a few things, starting from adding our applications to the installed apps list. So I'm going to place logs, and then I'm going to add tasks as well as users. Next, let's scroll down to the templates section, and over here we can tell Django where to look for additional ones. So I'm going to place base_templates, and this basically means now that we can create a templates directory inside of source, so next to the main core project folder, next to our applications, as well as next to the database and the manage py file. So let's place over here templates, and inside of this directory later we will add base HTML file, and this is going to be the file from which other templates will inherit. Okay, as the next step, let's scroll down to the internationalization section, and over here we have settings for the language as well as for the time zones. So over here we have use time zone set to true by default, as well as UTC as the default time zone. So in the next video we are going to play with those settings, and we will try to get date and time in different ways and see what is going to be the outcome and what are going to be the differences. Welcome back to the course. This is Luke from the future, and I decided to record this video one more time because right now I have all the course materials ready, and I can say with full certainty that this particular video, this particular lesson is the most challenging from the entire course. And I want you to have a good understanding on what are the different options of obtaining current date and time and what are the differences between them. Also, I want to take advantage of a future feature which is related to the user's time zone. So in the future, we have a time zone associated to a user. We are storing this information in the database in the users table. Our application in the future works like this. We are storing data in UTC. When the user opens up the main page for the first time, the browser detects the user's time zone and updates it. The user has the opportunity to change manually the time zone from this particular page. So for example, if we are in Europe, London on a vacation, and over there we've opened up this application for the first time, our time zone probably is going to be Europe, London. But then we are returning to Europe, Madrid. And if we would like to change the time zone, which makes sense, we would have to do it from over here. And with this particular feature, we are going to talk about conversions. So how to grab the UTC time and convert it to the user's local time, according to the selected time zone, of course. And there are two popular ways of doing this, and I'm going to explain both of them, and I will justify on this particular example why I decided to go with a certain approach for the entire course. So right now, let's grab a coffee because this lesson is going to be quite intense. And yeah, let's get started whenever you're ready. So I'm at Visual Studio Code, and we have time zone set to Europe Madrid and the use TZ, so use time zone set to true. The default is false, so if I would remove this, it would be false. But let's bring it back and set it to true because this is the time zone support. Right now it is enabled and we are telling Django to use time zone aware datetime objects. Although this is not the case maybe for this particular example, since we are using the SQLite database, which doesn't support awareness. So we are going to set our time zone to UTC, keep the use TZ set to true, and this way we will be storing our datetime objects in UTC in naive format, but Django will know this is UTC. So we will be able to do all the necessary operations and conversions anyway. So right now, let's start with a simple case where we just make a mistake in the time zone. A simple spelling mistake, let's say it's by accident. I'm going to save the settings py file. I'm going to reload the page and we have an error, incorrect time zone settings. So the first thing is to always remember to provide accurate time zone name. It has to be an existing time zone. Okay, so this is the first thing. So I'm going to save the settings py and then I'm going to reload the development server. All right, so as the next step, let's jump to views py. Over here, I have prepared a cheat sheet with all the options that we are going to explore. And the first one is date time now. And this gets the current local date time according to the system settings in a naive format. So the system settings are the settings defined over here. So we have time zone set to Europe Madrid. So if we write dt is equal to date time now, and we print out date time now, we should see over here the date time in Europe Madrid. I'm going to refresh the page. And over here, as you can see, we have the date time in Europe Madrid since it matches my clock. And of course, in the settings py, we have Europe Madrid, which is my actual time zone. Okay, so as the next step, let's take a look at the next option on the list, which is date time now, where we pass a specific time zone. And this gets the current date time in the specified time zone in an aware format. So the current time zone is the one over here, Europe Madrid. But now that we will pass TZ to date time now, we should get the same result, but in an aware format. So let's find out if this is the case. So I'm going to paste this and then dt is equal to date time now. We are going to pass this TZ. And then over here, I'm just going to write TZ and it won't make a big difference, but let's rename this to DT2. And yeah, let's save this. Let's reload the page. And as you can see over here, right now, we have date time in an aware format. All right. So going back to views py, next on the list, we have date time UTC now. And this gets the current UTC date time in a naive format. So again, I'm going to copy this, paste it below. Here we will have DT3. we will remove TZ, and we are not going to use now, but UTC now. So over here, let's also bring UTC now, and we want to see DT3. So I'm going to save this. Let's reload the page. And now we see the time in UTC in a naive format, and UTC is 2 hours behind the Europe Madrid time. So this is working as well. All right, next we have time zone now. So this comes from Django. And this gets the current UTC date time in a time zone aware format if useTZ is set to true. In other case, it returns time according to the time zone. So let's try it out. I'm going to copy this, and then let's write over here DT4 is equal to time zone now. And then let's maybe copy this. Let's copy the time zone now, place it over here. Let me fix this very quickly. Okay, we have time zone now, and we need to change DT3 to DT4. Let's save the views.py file. Let's reload the page. And over here, as you can see, we have the UTC time in an aware format this time, okay? We have time zone information over here. But what will happen if we go to settings and we will change use TZ and set it to false? Let's reload the page. And now our time zone now is in the Europe Madrid, in the Europe Madrid local time, and it's in a naive format, okay? So in our format right now, we only have date time now with the specific time zone passed to now. Okay, so let's bring back use TZ as true. Let's reload the page. And right now we have time zone in UTC. Perfect. Time zone now in UTC. Okay. So let's go to the next example. And over here we have time zone local time. And this converts the current UTC date time to the local time zone. Works only if useTZ is set to true. Otherwise, we will get an error. All right, so let's try it out. So I'm going to copy this, paste it over here, DT5, and then time zone local time. And here we will have DT5. Let's hit refresh. And over here, as you can see, we now have the local time in aware format. And above, we have time zone now as UTC in aware format. Okay, so right now we are heading towards conversions. So for this, I'm going to grab the user's time zone. So I'm going to write user TZ is equal to request user TZ, time zone, sorry, request user time zone. Okay, and if you want to follow along, you now have to set some user time zone. So you can do it with user TZ is equal to pytz time zone. And you have to set it to, for example, Europe, London, or anything from this list. I'm going to write Europe, London, okay? But I'm going to comment it out, and at least for now, I'm going to use this one. Okay, and now we want to convert the UTC time, for example, this one, time zone now is in UTC time, to my local time, which is Europe Madrid. And I want to do it with the use of time zone local time. So I'm going to grab this, and then I'm going to head over to this section, time zone local time, where we are passing an object. And this converts an object to local time in the settings. If we want to display user local time, we have to activate user time zone first. So let's write dt6 is equal to time zone local time, where we are going to pass in an object, which is in our case dt4. So this is our UTC time, which we want to convert to the user time zone, which in my case is Europe Madrid. Okay, so over here, I've mentioned that if we want to display the user local time, if we want to do this conversion, we have to activate the time zone. So what we have to do is to write time zone, activate, and then we need to pass in a certain time zone. So over here, I have a string user TZ, and here in this case, I have a time zone, because this is just Europe London string and this is an actual time zone. So if I want to go with this approach, I'm going to write user TZ is equal to pytz time zone, and I'm going to pass in the user TZ from over here, okay? And now I can write time zone activate user TZ. And this should now work for this particular example. So as the next step, I'm just going to copy this code, paste it below. We will print time zone local time, passing dt4, and this is going to be dt6. So let's save this, let's refresh the page, and let's see what is the result. Of course, I refreshed the wrong page. Let's do it again. And right now, as you can see over here, we have time zone local time converted to Europe Madrid. But over here, I have local time also in Europe Madrid. So what I'm going to do is actually go with London, with Europe London. So let's jump into the selected time zone, and over here I'm going to switch it to Europe London. And yeah, let's refresh it. And right now, as you can see, I'm 1 hour behind the local time from over here. So I'm 1 hour behind the Europe Madrid time, which indicates that this is the Europe London time, and this is working. So if we forget about this, where I'm obtaining the time zone from the user, and use this option, this will work as well. So I'm going to refresh the page, and as you can see, the result is the same. So let's do something else. Let's write US Alaska, Alaska, like this. Let's save this. Let's refresh the page. And right now we have the time in Alaska over here. So this approach requires to activate the user time zone first, and then we can make this conversion. But using as time zone, we can do this in a more straightforward way. We can skip this step with activation. So let's see what I've written down over here. Transforms a UTC date time into the user's own local time zone. Just like this, no activation, nothing. So what we need to do is to write the next variable, which is going to be dt7, and this is going to be equal dt4, and then as time zone, and we just need to pass in the time zone. So here I'm going to write users tz. I don't have to activate it and then activate it over here and then write time zone local time and pass in the object. I can write as time zone, call as time zone on a given object and pass in the time zone. So this is easier and shorter and much more straightforward if you ask me. So let's see if this will work. I'm going to copy this, paste it over here, and then let's display dt7. Let's save the views.py file. Let's refresh the page. And as you can see, we have exactly the same result. But as mentioned before, in a shorter way. So this is why I'm going to use as time zone through the entire course. I'm going to ignore local time. I'm going to ignore the time zone activation because this is a very rare use case where you have to activate a time zone for a given request. We will talk about this a little bit more. It makes sense to use time zone activate with time zone local time to make the conversions, but why do such things if you can do two things in one line in a shorter way and easier to understand? And before we finish this video, let's switch the time zone to UTC and save the settings.py file. Welcome back to the course. In this video, we are going to add our base HTML file. So we are going to provide a base file from which other templates will inherit. And we are going to place this file in the templates directory. So let's create a base HTML file over here. And I provided the code snippet for this file in the previous lecture. So right now we just need to paste it. And over here, as you can see, we have Bootstrap, we have Jdenticon, we have Font Awesome jQuery, as well as 3 blocks that are going to be defined for every template that inherits from this base HTML. So these are the places where each template that inherits from base HTML can define its unique content, okay? So I'm going to save the base HTML file right now. And as a reminder, this base HTML file is going to be taken into consideration because in the settings.py file, in the templates section, we told Django where to look for additional templates. And here we have base_dir/templates. So source is our base directory, and inside of source, in one line with core, with our applications, logs, tasks, and user, as well as database and manage.py file, we have now the templates folder, and here we have placed base HTML. Okay, so as the next step, let's go to views and let's test this out on the experiment view. So I no longer want to return the HTTP response. I want to return a view with a template. So for this, we need to bring in render from Django shortcuts. From Django shortcuts, let's import render. And right now we can return render. We will pass in the request. And the template I'm going to set as main HTML. We don't have it yet. We will create it in just a second. And then I'm going to set an empty dictionary. So here in the dictionary, we are defining what do we want to pass to the template. For now, we don't want to pass anything. So I'm going to save the views.py file, and I'm actually going to create main HTML, and I will make this main HTML inherit from base HTML. So let's do this very quickly. Let's write main HTML. Now, if we want to inherit from base HTML, we need to write extends base HTML. And I don't need a block script. I will place block title. So here I'm just going to place test. And then in block content, I'm going to write hello world. Let's save this, reload the page, and we have hello world, okay? And we have a dark background since in the base HTML, in the body class, we have defined bgdark and text white. So these are classes from Bootstrap. All right, so as the next step, let's go back to the views.py file, and maybe let's pass in the current time zone to the template. So I'm going to define a key tz, and then I'm going to assign a value of tz. So this is the key, this is the value, and in the templates we always refer to the keys, okay? So if we want to display a certain value, we need to refer to its key. So let's jump to main HTML, and instead of hello world, let's now display the time zone. Let's save this and let's refresh the page, and we have Europe, London. So what I'm going to do now is to head over to the views, and I forgot to comment out the contents of the optional lesson where we learned how to activate a time zone from the view. So I'm just going to comment this out, save it one more time, and yeah, let's see what is going to be the result. And we have UTC, since in the settings PY we have set the time zone to UTC. All right, this is it for this video. Starting from next lecture, we are going to create the models for our applications. So in this one, let's create a super user so that we can log into the Django administration and actually work with the objects in relation to the models that we are going to create. So in order to get started, we need to go back to the terminal. I already quit the development server from running by pressing Ctrl+C, and now we need to write Python manage py create super user. Okay, I'm going to set my username as Lucas Maquinha. Then I'm going to leave email address as blank. It's not mandatory. And I'm going to set up a password, repeat the password. And here we have the confirmation that the super user has been successfully created. So let's run the development server again. And let's try this out. Let's press login. And now we are inside of our Django administration. In this video, we are going to create our custom user model. So in order to do this, we need to jump into the user's application and open up a models.py file. Over here, we are going to define a new class called custom user. Normally, when we are creating classes, we are inheriting from models.model. However, over here, we want to add just one additional field to the existing user model, and that's why we are going to import abstract user and inherit from abstract user. So from Django contrib auth models, we want to import abstract user in order to extend the existing user model. A field called timezone, and this is going to be a models char field. So here we are providing the additional field to the existing user model and making it a custom user model. So I think the longest time zone is 63 characters. And then we will have choices. So here I'm going to open up a list, and then I'm going to write TZ and TZ, or TZ in pytz. Okay, we need to import pytz. Import pytz. There we go. In pytz, all time zones. Okay, and let's also set the default to UTC. All right, so yeah, we have somewhere an error, and this error is related to the lack of comma over here. Okay, so now we can go ahead and save this. Let's head over to the administration. From .models, we want to import our custom user, and then let's register it in the Django administration. So admin site register, and we want to pass in the custom user. Okay, so now let's save this, and now let's jump into settings.py in the core directory. And yeah, maybe somewhere over here, let's indicate that this custom user model that we have created is our authentication user model. So let's write auth user model is equal to, and then we need to provide the app name, which is user, and the class name, which is custom user. Let's save this. And right now we have an issue with the migration since we have changed the user model. So the easiest way to fix this issue is to head over to source, get rid of the database, and let's quit the development server from running, and let's write Python manage py make migrations, and then Python manage py migrate. So right now we should have a new database. There we have it. And let's create the super user. Python manage py create super user. All right. And let's run the development server. Now I will need to log into the Django administration again. And there we have it. So right now over here, the super user is as the custom user model, and we should see the time zone. And in fact, we can now select a different time zone, but the default one is UTC as we indicated in the time zone field. In this video, we are going to create a model for our tasks. So in order to get started, let's go to tasks, models py, and over here, let's create our task class, which inherits from models.model. So the first field that we are going to define is the name. And here we will have a models char field with the max length, let's say 200. Okay, now 2200, like this. As the next step, let's set a slug. So slug will be generated based off the name. If the name is hello world, the slug is going to be hello-world, okay? So let's write a models slug field. And then let's set this to optional. So with blank equal to true, we are saying that this field is optional, and we want to do this because it will be generated automatically. Later, we will override the save method. So every time we are going to save an object in our task class, we will check if the slug is generated, and if it's not, we will generate one automatically. The next field is going to be the total time of the tasks. So let's name it just total time, and this is going to be a models duration field. Here, let's write the default, which is going to be 0 seconds, but we need to do it with the use of time delta. So from date time, we want to import time delta, and then let's write time delta seconds, and then equals to 0, just as we learned in the introduction section of this course. And finally, let's write created, and this is going to be a models DateTime field with auto now add is equal to true. Okay, so let's also add a string representation method. I'm just going to refer to the name. So I'm going to return the name of the task as our string representation. And then let's also set the ordering. So with the class meta, I'm going to write that ordering is going to be equal minus created. This will basically give us the new objects at the top. Okay, so the order is going to be from the newest to the oldest. Okay, and we still need to override the save method since we need to generate our slug. So in order to do this, let's write save self and then args and keyword args. And we want to write super save args and keyword args. And now inside of this save method, we are going to check if the slug doesn't exist. So if not self slug, and only then we are going to generate the slug. So self slug is equal to, and here we need to import slugify. So from Django utils text, we want to import slugify. And now we can use slugify to wrap with it our name. Okay, so yeah, I think we have everything ready, at least for now. Let's save this class and let's register it in the Django administration. From .models, we want to import the task class and we want to register it over here with admin site register, and let's pass the task. So now let's save this. Let's run the migrations. I'm going to quit the development server from running, Python manage py make migrations, and then Python manage py migrate, and Python manage py run server. Let's reload the page. Let's go to the main page and we have tasks. Let's try to add one. I'm going to give my first task a name of first task, and I'm going to press save and continue editing. And there we have it. The slug has been generated and the total time hasn't been updated because the total time is going to be the summary of logs. Welcome back to the course. In this video, we will create a class in the models.py file for the logs application. So currently I'm at this models.py file in the logs, and as you can see, I've created a comment with a simple illustration. Why do we need logs? So let's say we have 3 logs from the same user or different users, doesn't really matter. And each of these logs has a time start and a time end. Based on that, we are able to calculate the duration. And over here we have the duration, 1 hour, 2 hours, and 3 hours for log 3. So in order to calculate the total time of task X, we need to retrieve all the logs and access their duration and then sum it up, and then we have the result, which is 6 in this case. So now let's create this log class. And if you feel confused, don't be. It will be much more obvious in the upcoming videos. So this log inherits, of course, from models.model. And the first field that we are going to define is the user. So here we will have a foreign key relationship to the user, which we need to obtain with the use of getUserModel function because we have a custom user model. So from Django contrib auth, we want to import getUserModel, and here I'm going to set the user equal to getUserModel. I'm going to pass in the user, and on delete, let's say we will have models cascade. This basically means that whenever a user gets deleted, all the logs associated to that particular user will get deleted as well. Next, we will have the task. And this is also going to be a models foreign key relationship, but this time to the task. So we need to access the task application and the models.py file. And from here, we want to import the task class. And then on delete, we will specify also modals cascade. So whenever a task gets deleted, all the logs associated to that particular task will get deleted as well. Okay, next we will have time start. So this is going to be the time when the log has been created. And here we will have a DateTime field with the default of time zone now. So we need to go to the imports from Django utils. We want to import time zone. And then we can set the default as time zone now. Perfect. Next, we will have the time end. And this field should be optional because whenever a log gets created, we only should have the time start. Then when we finish working on a particular log associated to a particular task, we should have the time end. So let's write modals DateTime field, and here we need to specify blank is equal to true to make it optional, but also null is equal to true. And we need to set null to true because by default null is not allowed in this specific type of field. And we will do exactly the same thing for the time. So time is going to be equal modals duration field. And here we will also set it as optional because we will calculate the time only when we will have the time end. And we need to set null is equal to true because also null is not allowed by default in the duration type of field. Okay, so next we will have isWork, and this is going to be a Boolean field. And we will have a simple solution for distinguishing breaks from actual work. If isWork is equal to true, this means that we were actually working. And if it's false, that will mean that we had a break. So let's set the default to true. And then let's also set is finished to modals Boolean field, and let's set it by default to false. So let's see if we will need is finished in the future because time end in a way will indicate that the log is closed. However, I'm just going to keep it for now. And then I'm going to provide a string representation method. And I'm going to refer to the ID, at least for now. As the next step, I'm going to set class meta, where I'm going to change the ordering, and I want to have the newest objects at the top by time start. So I'm going to set ordering equal to, and then I'm opening a tuple and I'm writing time start. Okay, so let's save this and let's jump into the admin so we can register our log. So from .modals, we want to import log in order to register it in the Django administration. And let's also not forget about running migrations. So I'm going to quit the development server from running and Python manage py make migrations, Python manage py migrate, and Python manage py run server. So I'm going to reload the Django administration, and now we see the logs section. So I'm going to try to add a log. I'm going to select the user. Over here in the task, we have only one task created in the previous video. We have time start, we have time end, which is optional. You can see it by the font. Mandatory fields are in bold font. The ones that are not are optional. And yeah, let's save and continue editing. And our log was successfully created. So let's try to close it. I'm going to set the time end as today, and the time as now, and I'm going to also mark it as is finished. And this should work. However, the time won't be calculated because we didn't provide any logic just yet. Also, what's worth noticing is that over here we have a notification that you are 2 hours ahead of server time. And this is because we have specified in the settings py the time zone as UTC. So what I'm going to do is to save and continue editing. And as you can see, we have modified our log. I'm going to remove it. And then I'm going to jump into core settings py, and I'm going to change the time zone to Europe, Madrid. Let's save this. Let's add a log. And right now you don't see this kind of notification. All right. So this is because we have UTC specified as our time zone, and this is actually the desired behavior. So in the next video, we are going to calculate the time as well as the total task time, okay? In this video, we will calculate the log time as well as update the total task time. So normally, if we would only had to calculate the log time, we would override the save method just as we did for the task class with auto-generating the slug based on the task name. But here we have a different situation. We have a foreign key relationship to the task, and this is an external class. And for this, we should use Django signals. And Django signals provides a way of communicating between the models. So in our case, the log class should communicate to the task class that an object has been created and it actually has been finished. It has its time, and this time should be included in the total task time. So if we would create log4, this log form, whenever it is finished and has its own time, should be included in the total time of the task. So let's see how this will work in practice. First of all, we need to create a signals file in the logs application. So let's do this right away. Signals py, and at the top we will begin from the imports. So from Django DB models signals, we want to import the post save signal. This is the type of signal that we are going to use, and I'm going to explain it in just a few seconds. Then we will bring in from Django dispatch the receiver decorator, and this will help us set up our signal. And then we need to bring in the log class from .models. All right. Now that we have all the necessary imports, we can use the receiver decorator to register our signal. So I'm going to specify that it's going to be a post signal, post save signal, and the trigger is going to be the log. So in other words, whenever the log gets saved, then we are going to execute a function which is going to be defined down below. And this function can be named however we want. I'm going to write calculate log time and update total task time. Okay, and this function takes in sender, which is the log, the instance, which is an actual object on which we are working from the log class, created, and created is either true or false. If we are creating a new object and the object that we are working on just got created, then the created is equal to true. If we are updating this object, it is false. And finally, let's add keyword arguments. So As the next step, we need to write a condition because we want to execute this function whenever the log gets saved. And for this, we have the receiver decorator. And here we have clearly specified that this function should be executed when the log gets saved. However, for performing the calculations, we need to be sure that our log instance has time end. Okay, so if we have this time end, we can calculate the log time and we can update the total task time. So over here we can write, for example, if instance time end, or if instance is finished, or if not created. Because we know that created is only true when we first created an object. If we are updating it, it is false. But we are going to do some work in the Django administration, and for now at least, I think instance time end should be the best option. So we can write a new variable called log time, and this is going to be equal instance time end minus instance time start. And now we are going to do something that will give us an error. So I'm going to write a comment. This will give us an error, and you can think why this will not work. So I'm going to write instance time is equal to log time, and then I'm going to write instance dot save. So before we check this out, and we will see in fact if it gives us an error or not, we need to save the signals py file and register signals within our application. So in order to do this, I'm going to jump into the apps, and I'm going to import the signals in the ready method. Okay, so we are referring to logs, which is the name of our application, and then the signals py file. Okay, next I'm going to copy the logs config, and in the init py, I'm going to set default app config is equal to, and then I'm going to write logs, apps, and the logs config. So logs, apps, and the logs config. So now the signals should be working within our application. So yeah, let's see if this will work or not. I'm going to head over to the Django administration. I have removed all the logs, and I'm going to now add a new one. So let's select the user, the task, and let's press save and continue editing. And we have recursion error, maximum recursion depth exceeded while calling a Python object. And as mentioned before, I told you that this will give us an error. And this is because of the fact that we have an infinite loop. So over here, we have a trigger that whenever we save an instance of a log, then we want to execute this function. But then at the end, we are saving the instance of the log. And this basically means that we are executing this function again. And then we are saving the log and executing this function again. So in order to update our log time, we need to do it in a different way. So I'm just going to comment this out, and then I'm going to write log objects filter. And here I'm going to filter the log by the instance primary key. So I'm going to write pk is equal to instance pk. All right. And then we are going to call update. And here we need to specify what fields do we want to update. So in our case, we want to update the time to be equal the log time. And this should now work. So I'm going to save this and reload the page. And let's try this one more time. And let's press save and continue editing. And as you can see, right now we have the time, the log time. So what we can do additionally is to set is finished to true. So let's save this again and save and continue editing. And right now this field has been updated as well. So the final thing is to update the total task time. So in order to do this, we need to reference the instance task. Okay, so we are now going to the task class. And in the task class, we need to reference the total time field, to be more precise. And then we can write instance task total time should be now updated by the log time. And then we just need to write instance task save, like this. So let's save this. And then I'm going to go to the logs, remove this object. I'm going to head over to the task. As you can see, we have 0 as the duration, 0 hours, minutes, and seconds. So now we can go to the logs, create a new one. And here I'm going to set the user, the task, and I'm going to press save and continue editing. We have 6 seconds. So let's head over to the tasks. And here we have 6 seconds as well. So if we create a new log, and let's press save and continue editing, we have 5 seconds right now. So in total, we should have 11 seconds in our first task. And yeah, this is the result. Everything is working. In this video, I want to display down below over here all the logs that are associated with the given task, so I don't have to jump between the logs and tasks section all the time. I should also be able to edit the logs as well as delete them and add new ones. So in order to do this, we need to jump into Visual Studio Code, access the task application, and open up the admin py file. Over here, we will create a new class called log inline, and it will inherit from admin tabular inline. First, we need to specify the model. So in our case, it will be the log. So we need to import log from logs.models. Next, we need to specify extra, and I'm going to set it to 1, and this is for the creation of new logs. So we will have 1 extra log form for creating logs, and we will see how this works in practice. As the next step, we need to create a custom task admin. So I'm going to create a new class called task admin, and it will inherit from admin.modelAdmin. Over here, I'm going to also modify the list display. So I will not only have the string representation, but also let's specify the slug as well as the total time. And then I'm going to set inlines, and here I'm just going to pass in a list the log inline. Finally, I'm going to register the task admin, and I'm going to save the admin py file, hit refresh, and as you can see right now, we see all the logs associated with this particular task. And additionally, we have 1 extra form for creating logs. If we would go back and set this to 3, we should see 3 empty forms. And as you can see, we have right now 3 forms for creating new logs. So I'm going to return to extra set to 1, refresh the page, and I'm going to try this out. So I'm going to set the user, and then we will have the start, the end will be today and time now, and then we should calculate the time automatically after we press save and continue editing. So as you can see over here, we don't have the task field since we are in a particular task. Okay, so in our case, we are at first task. So this field is set by default to first task. So I'm going to save and continue editing. And right now we have this newly created object at the top since we have specified in the models py of logs that we want to have ordering by the time start, right? And as you can see, everything is working. If we add a new one, this newly created log will be at the top. So let's try it out. Let's save and continue editing, and there it is. So now if we would like to delete a given log object from over here, we just need to select it in the column delete, and then press save and continue editing. And as you can see, it is deleted, it is gone. Also, what's worth noting is that our task display has been updated. So before we only saw the string representation, now we see the slug and the total time as well. In this video, we will provide a functionality of exporting all the logs directly from the Django administration, and we will convert the time start as well as time end according to the user's time zone settings. And then we will play around with this time zone field to confirm that everything is working the way it should. So the first thing that we are going to do is to install Django import export package. Pip install Django import export. Right, I'm going to run the development server, and then we need to head over to the settings py file and add import export to the installed apps list. And then we need to go to logs admin py file, and over here we will begin by defining the structure of our export. So in order to do this, I'm going to set a new class called log resource, which inherits from resources. So we need to bring in from import export resources. And as mentioned before, this log resource will inherit from resources.model resource. With class meta, we will indicate that the model of the log resource is log, and we will define the fields that we want to export. So in our case, I'm going to place in the ID, the user, and then we will have the task, time start, time end, and yeah, let's also place in the time. All right. So for now, we will finish over here in terms of working on this log resource class. And then down below, I'm going to create a custom log admin class, which inherits from admin.model admin. But since we want to have this export functionality, we will also need to import the export action mixin. So we need to go to import export admin, and from here we want to import the export action mixin, and we need to provide it over here in front of the admin model admin. So now as the next step, we can define the resource class and set it to the log resource. And finally, next to the log, let's also register the log admin, save the admin py file, and then let's go to logs. And right now we have the option in the action to export selected logs. So I'm going to select all of them and I will choose the CSV format and I will press go. So this is the result. Over here we have the user's ID, the task ID, the time start and time end stored in UTC since we have the use time zone set to true and the time zone set to UTC. And then we have the duration. So let's now customize our resource class in order to get the username, task name, and the time start as well as time end according to the user's local time. So what we need to do is to import field. From import export fields, we want to bring in the field, and with the use of field we can actually customize some of these fields. So in our case we will begin with the user. Over here we see the ID, and what we want to return is the user name. So let's instantiate the user to field. And next we need to write the dehydrate method. So I'm going to write dehydrate and then underscore and the name of the field. So over here we are referring to the user. If we would like to have the user ID as well as the username, we can write over here the username, and then we will have dehydrate username. But then we also need to include this username field in the fields tuple. Okay, so I'm going to go with user. Since I'm totally not interested in the user's ID, I want to see the username. And then we will pass in self, and self refers to the log resource class, and obj, which refers to the actual object of the log class. And now we can write return obj, and we want to access the user and grab the username. So we can write obj username. Okay, if we didn't make any spelling mistake, this should work. But also let's try to get the time start and time end. So I'm going to write time start is equal to field and time end is equal to field. Then I'm going to copy this, paste it below, and here I'm going to set time start, and I'm going to write pass for now. I'm going to copy this, paste it below, and I'm going to change time start to time end. All right, so as the next step, we need to import pytz. pytz, there it is. Okay, next let's set tz as pytz time zone, and here we will provide the user's time zone. So again, we need to access the user, but this time we are not interested in the username field, we are interested in the time zone field. So obj user time zone. Next, let's set a new variable called time start tz, and this is going to be obj time start, and now as time zone, and here we will pass in the time zone according to the user's settings. And then we just need to return time start tz. So let's do the same thing for the time end. Here we will reference the time end field, and let's rename the variable, and let's return time end tz. Okay, so hopefully this will work. I'm going to save the admin py file, refresh the page, select all the logs, export, CSV, go. And right now we have the user column empty. We have the time start in UTC, time and in UTC. Right now we have them in aware formats. We have the ID moved over here. We have the task still as the task ID, and we have the time. So this worked, the time start and time end, it worked. The user failed because over here we have dehydrate name, and we should have dehydrate user. So this now should work, and we forgot about the task. So I'm going to copy dehydrate user, and I'm going to write dehydrate task, but we need to instantiate the task as a field. Okay, and we need to return the task name. So obj task name. And yeah, let's check it out. So first of all, I'm going to go to the users, and I'm going to select a different time zone. Let's set it to Europe, Madrid. Okay, let's press save. And now I'm going to go to logs, select all of them, export, CSV, go. And this is the result. So as you can see, everything is working. We have the username, we have the task name, we have the time start and time end converted into the user's local time zone, and we have them in aware formats, and then we have the ID and time. So let's change the export order. So I want to have the IDs back in front, and then we can have the user, task, time start and time end, and finally at the very end the duration. So let's go to admin py, and in the class meta, let's set the export order, and here we will have the ID. I'm just going to copy the contents of the fields. Okay, let's save this, and let's do one more thing. Let's go to users and select a different time zone. Let's try out Europe, London. Let's save this, and let's go to logs, select all, export selected logs, CSV, go. And here is the result. As you can see, again, everything is working, and we have the correct order right now. So the last thing that I'm going to do is to head over to my user and select Europe, Madrid time zone, and I'm going to save my user. Welcome back to the course. In this video, we will work on our main page. So we will go to the tasks application and create, first of all, a new view which will display the list of tasks. So in order to get started, let's head over to the tasks application. Let's access the views py file, and over here we will create a task list view, which is going to be a class view. So what I'm going to do is to bring in from Django views generic the list view. So now we can create a class, which I'm going to name task list view, and this task list view will inherit from list view. So in Django, we have two types of views, the function views and class views. I prefer to use class views whenever we are dealing with CRUD operations. So create, read, update, delete. And in order to get started with this task list view, I'm going to specify that the model is going to be equal to the task. So we need to go to .models and from here import the task class and assign it over here. Next, we need to specify the template name. And here I'm just going to place tasks and then main HTML. So this main HTML is going to be created inside of the task application. But first we need to create a templates directory. Inside of this templates directory, we will create a tasks directory, a tasks folder. And according to the settings, now we need to provide the main HTML in the tasks folder. Okay, and we do this because in our Django project, we can have multiple main HTML files, but if we specify that this main HTML belongs to the task application, we give Django clear instructions and we avoid the confusion. We will work on this file in the next lecture. For now, let's just inherit from base HTML and let's write a block title. Here I'm going to place home and let's open up the content block. And here I'm just going to place for now, hello world. Okay, I'm going to save this. And then what we need to do is to simply register this task list view in the URLs.py file. So since our application tasks will contain multiple views, I'm going to create a separate URLs.py file. Over there, we are going to register all the views within the task application, and then we are going to include those URL patterns in the main URLs.py file. So let's do this very quickly. In the task application, let's create a new file called URLs.py. And let's begin from the imports. So from Django URLs, we want to import path. And then as the next step, let's bring our view. So from .views, we want to import task list view. Next, let's specify the app name. And this is going to be tasks. And here, let's bring in the URL patterns. And let's register the task list view as the main path. So task list view as view, and the name is going to be main. So I'm going to save this, and then I'm going to include those URL patterns in the main URLs.py. So right now I'm going to comment out this experiment view. I'm going to import include. There it is. And I'm also going to comment out this import. And now I'm going to register as the main path the URL patterns from the tasks application. So include, and we need to specify that we want to include the URLs that are placed in the task URLs.py. And then we need to specify the namespace. And here we need to provide tasks. So the namespace should match the app name defined over here. So let's save this and let's see if this will work. And I didn't save the views.py. There we go. Let's hit refresh. And we see now hello world. Perfect. In this video, we are going to display the list of tasks. So in order to do this, please prepare the code I've given you in the previous lecture. And let's go to main HTML, remove hello world, and over here, let's paste this code. So this code is a Bootstrap 5 table, and it consists of some columns and some rows. So we have columns such as task name, total time in hours, measure, this is for logging in. so for creating new logs related to a given task. Then we have the summary, and these are going to be some basic statistics related to a given task. And we have an option to delete a particular task. Then we have a for loop, and we are looping through all the tasks and displaying some information. So right now the table data is empty, at least for the first 3 positions. Over here we have some action buttons related to measure, summary, and delete. So we will fill in these table data in this particular video, but first let's understand this for loop for obj in object list. So I'm going to head over to the views.py file. Over here I have created a corresponding function view to this class task list view. So normally we would have a query set where we grab all the tasks, and with the use of context dictionary we would pass this query set to the template. And then we would return the render function, passing the request, the template name, and the context. So in class-based views, when we specify the model, the default is task objects all. And then if we would like to change this query set, we would have to override the getQuerySet method. In terms of passing the query set to the template, the default is object list. So this is what we see over here. So we are looping for obj in object list, and this object list is this element over here. If we would like to use query set, like over here, we could write context object name, like over here, and then we would have to specify QS. So this is one option, and in a function view, of course, if we would like to use this syntax with object list, we just need to rename the key to object list. All right, so let's see how this will work in practice. So first of all, I'm going to save this, jump into main HTML, and as the first step, I'm going to check if object list. Then I'm going to write an else. If there is no tasks, we want to display no tasks in the database. So let's grab this table and paste it over here. All right, so I'm going to indent this. And I'm going to save the main HTML, hit reload, and now we have an empty table with one row, and this is because we have one task in our database. So this is for the object list. If we now write if QS, this should work as well, because in the views.py file, we defined context object name as QS. So this should work fine. And let's find out. And as you can see, everything is working. But if I would write if QSS, for example, then we have no tasks in the database. So we can now use QS or object list. If I comment out the context object name, the QS won't work. Okay. If I bring it back, let's just save the main HTML. If I bring it back, it works. If I comment it out, it does not. All right. So let's use object list for obj in object list. Okay, so the first thing that we want to display is the task name, so we will have obj name. Next, we want to display the obj total time. Okay, total time. Then we have total time in hours. So this is something that we don't have yet. And we have then measure, summary, and delete. We have the buttons ready, but we don't have the links that would lead to these options. So if we would like to go to measure, we should see a page, we should have a view with a template with this functionality. If we have clicked on the summary, we should also see a separate page for the summary, and the same is for delete. So right now we can actually display the name and the total time. So let's save this and let's see if this will work. And there we go. So in the next video, we will convert the total time into total time in hours. Welcome back to the course. In this video, we will calculate the total time in hours based off the total time. So in order to do this, let's jump into Visual Studio Code. Let's open up the models.py file of our tasks application, and maybe somewhere below the string representation method within the task class, I'm going to place a new method called time in work hours, which takes in self. And for now, I'm just going to write pass. And then additionally, I'm going to wrap this method with the property decorator. And this way, this method will be treated as a field. So I'm going to save the models.py file because the main logic for this method will be written in a separate place in a utils.py file. So in the utils.py file, we often keep helper functions. And here, let's create a convert to work hours function, which takes in the duration. And here we will use the knowledge from the exercises section related to div mode. So let's grab the seconds, which is going to be equal duration total seconds. So right now we have the total amount of seconds of a particular duration. Next, let's divide the total seconds by 3,600 to get the number of hours. So let's write hours, and then reminder is equal to div mode. And then here we will pass in seconds and 3,600. So we are checking how many times 3,600 will fit in the total amount of seconds, and this will give us the hours, and the reminder is going to be the rest. So next we need to divide the remaining seconds by 60 to get the number of minutes. So let's write minutes and then seconds. So here maybe let's write total seconds. So here we can have minutes, seconds, although we are not interested in the seconds because we are converting to hours and seconds would be a very, very small fraction. However, let's write it like this: minutes, seconds, or eventually minutes placeholder. And then this is going to be equal div mode, and we will pass in the reminder as well as 60. All right, so next we need to calculate the total work hours by adding hours and the fraction of minutes converted to hours. So let's write total work hours is equal to, and then hours plus, and then we will round the minutes divided by 60, and we will want to have a result with 2 decimal places. And let's return the total work hours. Let's save this and let's go back to the models.py file. Here, let's import this helper function from .utils. We want to import convert to work hours, and we will use it over here. So I'm going to write time in work hours is equal to, and then convert to work hours, and we will pass in the self total time. And then let's return the TIWH. Okay, so let's save this. And now in the main HTML, let's display the obj total, what was the name? Time in work hours. Okay, I'm going to copy it and paste it over here. Time in work hours. Let's save this. Let's hit refresh and we see 0, 0. And this is because our task lasts only 50 seconds, 56 seconds to be more precise. So I'm going to add a new task, second task, and I'm going to cheat a little bit. I'm going to place over here maybe 12 hours and 30 minutes, something like this. And I'm going to press save. And I'm going to refresh the page, and now we have 12 and a half, okay? So now we have a situation that the total time looks very much the same as the total time in hours. So maybe let's change this to total time in minutes. In order to do this, let's jump into the utils.py file and let's change this to convert to minutes or work minutes. All right, so the total seconds, this part remains the same. Then we will have the minutes and the reminder. And here we are passing the total seconds and we will change this to 60. So we are checking how many times 60 will fit in the total seconds. And then we are storing this value in minutes, and then the rest is the reminder. This part is unnecessary right now, and then we will have total minutes, which is going to be equal minutes, and then we are going to refer to the reminder like this, and we will return the total amount of minutes. Okay, so let's see if this will work. I'm going to save this and then I'm going to jump into the models.py file. Now we have convert to work minutes, and then we need to place this function over here in our time in work minutes method. And then I'm going to simply go to main HTML and write time in work minutes. Let's save this, hit refresh, and now we have total time in work minutes. So let's change the column total time in minutes. Okay, and then let's see if this actually works. 12 times 60 is equal 720 plus 30 is equal 750. Welcome back to the course. In this video, we will start working on adding new tasks, and not from the Django administration, but directly from this page. So in order to get started, let's jump into Visual Studio Code and let's modify this task list view. So it won't be a list view alone anymore. It will be a create task list view, and I'm going to bring in create view, and this class will now inherit from create view as well as list view. We need to provide a form that will enable creation of tasks. So what we are going to do right now is to create a new file in the task application. So let's write forms.py, and we will begin from imports. So from Django, we want to import forms, and what we are going to do is to define a new class called task form, which inherits from forms.modelForm, since our form is going to be based off the task model. So what I'm going to do is to import this task model from .models. And now with the use of class meta, I'm going to indicate that this form is related to the task. And then we need to define what fields should appear in this form. So in our case, we are only interested in the name. Let's save the forms py file and let's review why. So let's go to the models, and over here we have the name, and this is the field that in fact is needed. Then we have the slug, which is generated automatically. The total time is updated automatically via Django signals. And then the created is added automatically whenever we create a new task. So we in fact only need the name. So now if we go back to the views, we can now define a form class. And this is going to be equal the task form. So from.forms, we want to import for task form. There we go. And form class is equal to task form. The second thing that we will need is the success URL. So what happens when this form gets submitted? Where should we be taken when this form gets submitted? So what I'm going to do is to define the success URL over here. And for this, I'm going to import reverse lazy. So from and then Django URLs, we want to import reverse lazy. And here I'm going to write reverse lazy, and I just want to be taken to the same page. So in our case, we are going to go to tasks and main. So let's write tasks main. Another way is to override the get success URL. So we can write get success URL, which takes in self, and here we can write return self request path. Okay, so this will work as well. I'm going to comment this out, save this, and then in the main HTML, in the block content above the table, just for now, I'm going to write form, and then I'm going to set the method to be equal post. We are going to close off the form. We are going to add a CSRF token, and we are going to display the form. Let's also add a button with a class equal to btn primary, and let's place in submit. So let's see if this will work or not. Let's save the main HTML. Let's refresh the page. And I think we have some error. And we can't import task list view. Okay, so right now we have changed the name of the class to create task list view. And in the URLs py, we still have task list view. So let's change this to create task list view in the import line, and then as well as inside of the URL patterns. Let's save this. Okay, let's reload the page, and now we see our form. So it's not looking very nice, but we will take care of this a little bit later. Let's see if this actually works. So I'm going to place third task, submit, and there we go. We were able to create a new task. Welcome back to the course. In this video, let's style this form, but also let's make it appear in a modal. So we will have an add button, and whenever we click on it, a modal with this form will appear, and from over there, we will be able to add new tasks. So I prepared an instruction, what needs to be done in the previous lecture. So let's follow along. So first of all, we need to add Bootstrap bundle to our base HTML. So I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to jump into our templates, find base HTML, and somewhere over here, I'm going to place in this Bootstrap bundle. As the next step, I'm going to place in the modal. So let's copy the code, and let's jump into our main HTML file. Let's remove this form and let's place in the model. And finally, what we need to do is to bring in the trigger, so the button that will open the model. And I'm going to place it below. Let's save this and let's see if this will work. And there we go. So what we need to do is to now style this form so it looks a little bit better. Let's open up the forms.py file, and over here let's add a configuration for the name field. So I'm going to write name is equal to forms char field, and I'm going to set a widget that is going to be equal to forms text input. There we go. And now I can set some attributes, and I'm going to refer to the class. And here I'm going to provide a bootstrap class, which is form control. And then I'm also going to set a placeholder over here. And I'm going to set it to type new task here. All right. Let's save this. Let's refresh. And now we have nicely styled our input. So what I want to do is to get rid of this history over here. And this can be done also in an easy way. We just need to go to main HTML, find our form, and write autocomplete is equal to off. Let's save this. Let's refresh the page, add, and now as you can see, there is no history. So let's see if this adding still works. So I'm going to write fourth task, confirm, and there we go. Everything is working. Welcome back to the course. In this video, let's add a confirmation whenever we add a new task that a new task has been created. So in order to do this, let's jump back to Visual Studio Code and let's open up the views.py file and let's bring in the messages framework from Django contrib. Next, what we are going to do is to override the form valid method. So let's write form valid, and as a reminder, we are in a create task list view class. And this takes in self, but as well as the form. And then we will simply return super and form valid, where we will pass in the form. Next, we need to add a message. So we can write messages add message. We need to pass in the request. And then the type of the message. So I'm going to write messages info, there we go, and the message itself. So I'm going to write new task added. All right, so let's save this, and now what we need to do is to perform some work in the main HTML. So maybe somewhere over here we are going to write a for loop or message, or first of all, let's check if there are any messages. So if messages, next what we are going to do is to loop through those messages. So for message in messages, then we are going to check if we are dealing with an info type of message. So we can write if and then message tags equal to info, okay? And finally, we can display the message itself in a div with a class equal to alert. And we will use a blue alert. So the classes that I'm writing come from Bootstrap, and let's define a role equal to alert. Let's close off the div. And inside of this div, let's place the message itself. So I'm going to save this and let's find out if this is working. I'm going to refresh the page, add 5th task, confirm, and we have right now this alert new task added. If we would like to display the name of the task over here, we can do it very easily by going back to the views.py file, and inside of our form valid method, let's write a new variable called instance, which is going to be equal to form save. And then with the use of fstring, I'm going to inject the instance name. All right, so yeah, let's find out if this will work. Going to refresh the page, add 6th task, confirm, and there we go. New task added, 6th task. Welcome back to the course. In this video, we will apply the delete functionality. So in order to get started, let's head over to tasks, views.py file, and below the create task list view, let's create another view called task delete view. And this class, this view, will inherit from delete view, which needs to be imported from Django views generic. So let's pass it over here. Let's inherit from the delete view. And let's now specify the model. This is going to be the task. Next, we will have the template name. So inside of tasks, we will create a confirm delete template. And we also need to provide the success URL. So let's write success URL, and this is going to be reverse lazy. And just as we have over here, let's place in tasks main. All right, so we will be taken to the main page once we delete an object. Next, let's override the form valid method so we can actually add a message confirming that we have deleted a particular object, a particular task. So this takes in self form. Let's return super form valid, and let's pass in the form. As the next step, let's work on the message itself. So for this example, let's assume we will need the name of the task to have a confirmation that it was deleted. And we have to do it in a little bit different way, because over here we are creating an instance and here we are removing it. So we can actually get the object that we are currently working on, and this is going to be instance equal to self get object. This getObject method can also be overridden if necessary. By default, it works by pk or slug. So by default, it gives us an object by the primary key or slug. If we would have something else, then we would have to override the getObject method in order to retrieve a particular object. So now I'm going to write messages, add message. I'm going to pass in the request as well as messages type, and this is again going to be info. And here I'm going to place in the message itself with the use of fstring, and I'm going to write task, and then I'm going to inject the instance name, and I'm going to write was deleted or successfully deleted. I'm just going to write deleted. All right, so let's save this. And now let's go to the URLs.py file. Let's bring in task delete view and let's register it in the URL patterns. So I'm going to copy this path, place it below, and this will be task delete view. with the name delete. And here we will have slug and then / delete. All right, let's save this, and we only need to do two things more. We need to create this confirm delete HTML, and then we need to link the delete view with our button in the table. Okay, so to be more precise, with this particular button. So let's create the confirm delete template. And over here, let's inherit from base HTML. And then the block title is going to be delete task, maybe with a question mark at the end. And let's open up the content block. And here, let's write some HTML with Bootstrap classes. So first of all, I'm going to set up a div with a class card, text dark, and margin top 5. I'm going to close off this div. Next, I'm going to create another div with a class equal to card header. And then I'm going to close off this div over here. And inside of it, I'm going to place in h2 class equal to art title. And I'm going to close off h2. Inside, I will place confirm deletion. All right. Next, we will have the body div. So let's write div class equal to, and then card body. Inside, I'm going to place a paragraph, and here I'm also going to give it a class equal to art text, and let's write, are you sure you want to delete? And then let's place in the object name, and let's add a question mark at the end. So object is the context name for the view. So if we are working with the delete view, or we are working with the detail view, for example, we have the object as the context name, as the object context name, okay? So yeah, as the next step, below the paragraph, let's place in the form. So we will have form without any input, and this is going to be the form that works with the post method. Let's close off the form. Let's place in the CSRF token. And then let's add a submit button. And let's give it a class btn. And let's make this button red. So btn danger. And let's close off the button. Let's place in delete. And then below we will have an href with the URL to the main page. And whenever we want to cancel, we can press this link, or let's make it a button, and we will be taken to the main page. So let's give it a class equal to, and then let's write btn secondary. All right, so let's save this. And now let's go to main HTML, and let's find our delete button, which is this one with the trash can. And let's write URL, and we want to go to tasks and to delete. So now I'm accessing this particular path, tasks, and then the name delete, but I also need to provide the slug. Okay, so next to the task delete, I'm going to write obj slug. Since I'm in a loop, I can access a particular object's slug. Now I'm going to save the main HTML. I'm going to reload the page, press delete, and we have an error. Template does not exist. Task confirm delete. Okay, so it's looking for the default template. So these class views come with default template names, and for the task model, the name is task confirm delete. So this is the default. It's looking for this particular template. So it's the model name and then confirm delete. And it's looking for this default template because over here I have placed template and not template name. So let's save this. Let's reload the page. And now we have confirm deletion. So I'm going to press delete. And we have a confirmation that task 6 task was deleted. And as you can see, it doesn't appear anymore on our list. It doesn't exist in the working on the users page where we will be able to change the time zone manually. For this, of course, we need a new view, new template, but also a form, just as we saw in the Django administration in the user section. We just need to go to a particular user, and at the bottom we have this time zone field containing all the time zones. So we want to do something similar in our application. So once we click on our username, we should be taken to a detail page where we will see this form, and we will be able to change the time zone over there manually. So in order to get started, let's head over to Visual Studio Code. Let's open up the user's application. And over here, I'm going to create a new file called forms.py. So we will begin from creating a form. So from Django, we want to import forms, and also we want to import pytz. Okay, so as the next step, I'm going to create a new form, and this is going to be a time zone form. So I'm going to name it as time zone form, and it will inherit from forms.form, not model form, because it's not going to be a model-based form. It's just going to be an ordinary form. So over here, I'm going to define a field called selected time zone. And this is going to be the time zone for a particular user. So the default is UTC. And we will add this logic a little bit later. But for now, let's write that this is going to be a forms choice field. There we go. And we are going to specify now some choices. So we need to provide over here the list of time zones. So let's create time zones variable, and this is going to be a list. And we will have tz in a tuple for tz in pytz all time zones. So you know this already, we've done this before, and now we can select choices as time zones. All right, as the next step, I'm going to place a widget. So here we will use forms select, and then I'm going to add a class with the use of attributes. And again, this is going to be a bootstrap class. So I'm going to write form select. And then I'm going to make it a little bit darker. So I'm going to add BG secondary and border dark and text white. All right. So yeah, we are not done with the form just yet, but let's save the forms.py file. And let's jump into views. Over here, let's do some imports. So first of all, from Django views generic, we want to import the form view. There we go. Next, from Django contrib auth, we want to import get user model, and we are going to set the user to be equal get user model. All right, next I'm going to define a class which is going to be called timezone select view, and this view will inherit from form view. Over here, I'm going to specify the template name, and I'm going to place it in the users. So over here in the users application, we need to have a templates directory. Inside of this templates directory, we are going to place users folder, and inside of users, we are going to place a select tz HTML file. So now we can actually indicate that we want to use this select tz HTML in the users directory as the template name. So let's write users select tz HTML. And then we need to specify the form class. So we need to bring in our form from .forms. We want to import the timezone form. Perfect. As the next step, let's override the getSuccess URL method. So whenever we submit the form, we want to be taken to the same page. So I'm going to write return self request path. And then in the form valid method, we are going to have to do some additional, we will need to provide some additional logic. So I'm going to return super form valid, and we need to pass in the form. And here we can begin by grabbing the user. So user is going to be equal user objects, and then we want to get by the primary key, for example. And here we will write self request and then user primary key. So we are grabbing the user by the primary key, assigning self request user primary key. And here it's very important to be logged in. So if you get any error, this is probably because you are not logged in. So you should log in via Django administration. As the next step, we will pick up the selected time zone from the form. So we will have over here form cleaned data like this. And we will pick up the selected time zone because this is the name of the field. Okay, so we will store over here the selected time zone by the user who submitted the form. And then we can write user time zone is equal to the selected time zone. And finally, we can write user save to update the time zone preference of a particular user. So let's go to select tz HTML, and here let's inherit from base HTML. Let's add a block for the title. Select time zone or update time zone. And then we will have the block content. And here, let's place in the form. So form method is equal to post. Let's close off the form over here. Let's place in the CSRF token and the form itself. And we of course need a submit button. So let's write it down. Button type is equal to submit. And I'm going to give it a class equal to, and I'm going to make this btn, maybe warning. And yeah, I'm going to write save and I'm going to close off the button. Maybe I will add some margin top too. Okay, we'll see how this looks like. So now what we need to do is to register this time zone select view in the URL patterns. So probably we will have only one view in the user's application, and we could register this view directly in the main URL's py file, but I'm not sure if we will have only one view. Maybe we will have more. So I'm going to create a URL's py file for our user's application. And here I will import path from Django URLs. Next, I'm going to bring in the view. So from .views, we want to import the time zone select view. And we need to give it an app name. So this is going to be users. And here, let's place in the URL patterns where we are going to register this time zone select view. So I'm going to place tz, and we will have time zone select view as view. And then we will name it tz. So now let's save the URL's py file, and let's save the views py file since I forgot about it. And let's jump into core URLs, and somewhere over here we will include as user the URL patterns defined in the user's URLs. So we want to include, and here let's place in users URLs. The namespace is going to be set to the users. All right, so I'm going to save this, and now we need to go to user and tz, okay? Tz like this. So let's try it out. Users, tz, and there we go. So this is our form. And in the next video, we will do some additional work because right now we have the default time zone as Africa. Okay, so yeah, let's tackle this in the next one. Welcome back to the course. In this video, we would like to display the actual time zone selected. So if we take a look at the Django administration, right now my time zone is Europe Madrid. However, over here we are displaying the first time zone on the list. So in order to display the actual time zone selected, currently selected, well, we need to go back to Visual Studio Code and we need to pass some information to our form, to this time zone form. Normally, when we would be using the function view approach, we would write something like this. Form is equal to time zone form. We would pass in the request, post or none, and then we would pass in the user to be equal the user from over here. So this would be a keyword argument, which would be picked up later in the form, defined in the form's UI file. But since we are using class-based views, we need to take a different approach, and we need to do it via getFormQuarks method. This takes in self, and over here we are going to set the quarks to be equal super, and then getFormQuarks. And now we can write quarks and define a keyword argument as user. And this is going to be equal user object get by the primary key self request user primary key. So we are again grabbing the user by the primary key, and then we just need to return keyword arguments. Okay, so this is for the views py file. Now let's jump into forms. Over here we will place in init, and this takes in self, args, and keyword arguments. We will pick up the user from the keyword arguments. So we will pick up the user defined over here. All right. So we will write quarks pop and then we want to pop user or none. All right, and now we can write super, and then init, there we go, and pass in the args and keyword args. All right, but we are not done yet. We still need to set the selected time zone to the initial value. So we can write if user, if we got this user, if user is not none, okay, then we will write self fields, and we will refer to the selected time zone, okay? So self fields, we will access the selected time zone field to set the initial, and we will set it to user time zone. Okay, so let's save this and let's see if this will work. I'm going to refresh, and now we have Europe Madrid. So let's check if this actually works. So I'm going to set now, for example, Europe Paris, save. Okay, I'm going to reload the page. We have Europe Paris, and over here we have Europe Paris as well. Let's change it to, let's say, Greenwich, save, reload the page, Greenwich. Perfect. Everything is working. And then I'm going to go back to Europe Madrid, wherever it is, Europe Madrid, there we go. Let's save, reload the page, and here we have Europe Madrid. Okay, so I think we can finish this video over here, and I'm going to provide the code for the function view in case if you would like to do it as a function view in the next lecture. So it will be available as an article. Welcome back to the course. In this short video, let's have a message displayed whenever we update a time zone. So in order to do this, we need to jump back to Visual Studio Code. We need to import messages from Django contrib to our views.py file. So let's bring from Django contrib, let's bring in the messages, and then we can add a message in the form valid. So below the user save, let's write messages, add message. Let's pass in the request. Let's also pass in the message type. So we will have messages info. And then let's specify the message itself. So I'm just going to write time zone updated. All right, so as the next step, we need to bring in the logic of displaying messages to our select TZ template. We've already done this in the task application in the main HTML. So we can just copy this code and then paste it in the select TZ file. So above the form, but inside of the block content, let's place in this logic for displaying messages, and I'm going to save it. And then I'm going to reload the page, select a different time zone, press save, and there we have it. Let's try it one more time. And it works. So I'm going to return to Europe Madrid. Europe Madrid. There we go. Save. And there we have it. Perfect. Welcome back to the course. In this video, we are going to create the JDenticon based off our username, and we are going to provide it in our main page. So for me, the JDenticon will look like this. If you would have some other username, or for example, if we would type in pipeline, you would get such a result. So it's just a visual representation of some words. And the script for the JDenticon has already been provided in the base HTML. So what we need to do right now is to place it somewhere over here. Next to it, let's place the username. And whenever we click on the JDenticon or the username, we should be taken to the select time zone page. So in order to get started, let's jump to Visual Studio Code. Let's go to tasks, main HTML, and over here we have our button for adding new tasks. And it already consists of a call class. So now let's place in a row so we can actually have two columns in one row. One for the JDenticon and the username, the other one for this particular button. So I'm going to start at the top above the button. I'm going to write the div class is equal to row, and I'm also going to give it a margin bottom 3. And I'm going to close off this div. Next, I'm going to place in a div class equal to call, and it's going to be also dflex. And I'm going to center the items vertically. So let's close off this div. And for now, let's place in hello world. And then let's also place in this button as the second column in one row. So I'm going to save this. I'm going to hit refresh. Over here we have hello world, and it is in the same row as this add button. So as the next step, let's go to the JDenticon com page. Let's click on get started, vanilla.js, and let's copy this code. And let's place it instead of this hello world. So over here we will have, let's say, width 40, height 40, and instead of user127 we will have request user name. Let's save this and let's see what is going to be the result. And over here we have our JDenticon. Perfect. So as the next step, let's add a link, href. And here we will have a link to the time zone page, to the select time zone page. So I'm going to write URL and then users. And then let's just double check what is going to be the path. In the users, we have the name TZ. So we are going to users TZ. So now we can go back and place in TZ over here. All right. So I'm also going to provide a class of text decoration none, because I'm also going to provide some text in this href, and it's going to be a text in a span. So I'm going to write a span over here, and this is going to be for displaying the request username like this. And yeah, let's see what is going to be the result. I'm going to reload the page, and there we have it. All right. So as the next step, let's maybe add some white background to the JDenticon, and let's see how this will look like. So I'm going to jump to the SVG, and here I'm going to add some classes. And first of all, I'm going to maybe make this rounded circle. Okay, I will add BG white, and I'll add a border and maybe border warning like this. And then I'm also going to add some padding. Okay, so this is for the JDenticon, and then I'm going to maybe grab this class and place it in span. And I'm also going to place here text white, and maybe I'm also going to add margin 2. So let's save this and let's see how this will work. All right, so I still have text decoration over here, so I'm actually going to cut this and place text decoration back to the href over here. Let's reload the page, and now it's looking much better. So yeah, let's see if this is actually taking us to the select time zone page. And in fact, it is in both ways, if I click on the username or the JDenticon. All right, guys, so the model is still working. And yeah, I think we can finish this video over here. See you in the next one. Welcome back to the course. In this video, we will auto-detect the user's time zone directly from the browser. So currently I'm inside of tasks main HTML file, and this is basically our home page. So I want to attach a script to it, which will handle all the logic of obtaining the user's time zone. Next, we will send this information to a particular view, which will, under some circumstances, update user's time zone. So in order to get started, what I'm going to do first is to create a static directory inside of tasks. And here I'm going to place in, just as we did with templates, I'm going to place a tasks directory. And inside of tasks, we will have detect tz.js. All right. So now, before we code anything over here, we can attach this detect tz.js to our main HTML. So I'm going to open up the block scripts over here. And I'm going to write script src, and then we need to bring in static. And now we can refer to static. We want to access tasks and then detect tz.js. We are going to set a defer attribute, and let's close off the script stack. So with the defer attribute, we basically are telling the browser to download and execute the script after the HTML content has been parsed, okay? So yeah, as the next step, what I'm going to do is to go to detect. Here I'm just going to save main HTML, and in detect tz, I'm going to console log hello world detect tz. Let's save this, and then let's head over to our main page, reload it, right click inspect. Let's head over to the console. And we have failed to load resource. The server responded with status of 404. So what I'm going to do is to quit the development server from running and just simply reset it, run it one more time, and then I'm going to press enter. And now we see hello world detect tz. Perfect. So let's go back to detect tz.js, and I'm going to remove this console log, and now I'm going to set a new variable called timezone. And this is going to be obtained with the use of the internationalization API. So I'm going to write until, and then date time format, resolved options, and then we just need to access time zone. So now we can console log time zone, and let's see if this will work. So I'm going to save the detect tz.js file. Let's reload the page. And we have Europe, Madrid. Perfect. And before we move to the next lecture, let me just change my time zone. I'll do it from the view to UTC. All right. So as you can see, I still have Europe, Madrid because this comes from the browser. However, right now, my time zone is set to UTC. So in the next video, we will send the information about the time zone to the particular view that we are going to create, and we will set some rules when to update the user's time zone. All right, guys, in this video, let's add information for the user that the time zone has been detected and it has been set to a particular time zone. And if the user wishes, he or she can do it by clicking on the username. So in order to do this in a simple way, what we are going to do is to first of all open up the views.py file of our tasks application. And only for this particular case, where the request user time zone is equal to UTC, I'm going to add is changed And this key over here is going to be set to true. All right? Only for this particular case. So now we can save the views.py file. And then over here, I'm just going to cut this for a second, paste it over here in the curly bracelets. And then I'm going to pick up, maybe above, I'm going to pick up those keys that we have right now over here. So the message and is changed, because this is our response object. And now I just want to pick up the message and is changed from this separately. Okay, not as an entire object, but in separate variables. So what I'm going to do is to destructure it. I'm going to destructure the response. And from this response, I want to pick up the message as well as is changed. Okay, so here we can now have the response as the message. And we can write an if check. If is changed, then what we are going to do is to set an alert. And here we will place in the message plus something like you can change it manually by clicking on the username, right? So yeah, let's see how this will work. I'm going to save the detect tz.js file, and then I'm going to head over to the administration, to my user, and I'm going to set it to UTC, the time zone. I'm going to set it back to UTC. And let's right-click inspect. Let's go to the console and let's hit refresh. And now, as you can see, we have an alert. Time zone has been updated to Europe Madrid. You can change it manually by clicking on the username. All right? Okay, so in the response, we no longer see an object, we see the message directly, okay? And now if we reload the page again, we shouldn't see any alert. And in fact, we don't. We now know that if we want to change the time zone, we need to go to the user, and here we can set it to something else. But the browser detected the time zone as Europe Madrid, and it changed the time zone from UTC to this particular time zone. Welcome back to the course. In this video, we are going to create a detail page, a detail view for our task. So whenever we click on this measure button, we will be taken to a separate page where we will be able to log on certain tasks. So in order to get started, let's go back to the task application, to the views.py file, and let's create a very simple view somewhere below the task list view. And this is going to be a class view, which I'm going to name task detail view. And it will inherit from detail view, which needs to be imported from Django views generic. So let me reorganize this a little bit. And here we will also bring in the detail view. And now we can inherit from detail view. And what we need to do over here is to specify the model, which is going to be the task. And then the template name, I'm going to set as tasks detail HTML. Okay, and this is basically it. So we can now save this views.py file. And as the next step, let's jump into the URLs.py. Let's import our detail task view. So let me reorganize this as well. And I'm going to register it below the detect tz get time zone view. Okay, so let's write path, and here we will just have the slug, and we will place in the task detail view as view, and the name is going to be detail. All right, so as the next step, of course, we need to save the URL's py file. We can go ahead and now create this detail HTML, but we will work on it in the next video. And I think I'll make it optional because here will be a lot of HTML involved. So for those who don't want to write HTML, I will provide this detail HTML ready. And for those who want to follow along, I will create a separate video. So right now, I'm just going to inherit from the base HTML template, and I'm going to write a block title. And here I'm just going to place in detail, task detail maybe, task detail like this. And then in the block content, at least for now, I'm just going to display the object name like this. So in our case, it's going to be the task name, a certain task name that we have accessed. Okay, so let's save the detail HTML and let's go to the models py file. Over here, we are going to place in the get absolute URL method in order to navigate to this particular page. So I'm going to write get absolute URL, and we need to import reverse. All right, so from Django URLs, we want to import reverse, and now we need to provide the model detail as a hint over here. So in our case, the model detail is located in the task application, and then the name is detail. So we need to put in tasks detail, and as a keyword argument, we need to provide the slug. So going back to the models, let's write tasks detail. And the keyword arguments isn't the PK, but we have the slug instead. And we will write slug and set it to self slug, the self slug that we see over here. All right, so let's save this. And now we can jump into main HTML. We can access the for loop, and in our clock button, we can now write not URL like over here, but obj get absolute URL. All right, so I'm going to save this and let's see if this will work. I'm going to reload the page and let's try to access the 5th task. And there we go. 4th task, and it's working. 1st task, everything seems to be okay. So let's finish this video over here. Welcome back to the course. This video is optional, so for all of you that are not interested in doing some HTML work in this detailed HTML file, you can simply go ahead and skip this video. You just need to access the previous lecture and find the ready detailed HTML code attached. You need to copy it and paste it over here. If you want to follow along, let's do this right now. So I'm going to delete this object name, and here I'm going to start with the alert. The alert is going to be blue. I will add to it some margin top, and I'm going to set it as hidden, so we don't want to see it initially. And I'm going to close it, but before I want to set the role to alert, and I'm also going to set an ID, which is going to be the alert box. All right, so this is the first step. Next, we will have a div with a class equal to row, but also I'm going to place in the margin top 5. And inside of this row, we will have 2 columns. So the first one is going to be for the timer for the task name. And the other one is going to be for the action buttons. So here I will have call, but also I'm going to set deflex and add justify content end. So I want to push the content of this div to the right, okay? So let's see how this will work. I'm going to place test and test 2. Let's save this. Let's reload the page. And we don't see the content moved to the right. So let's see what could have gone wrong. Justify content and let's try it again. And there we go. All right, so this is the first step. So let's start with the easier part. Let's add another row inside of this column. And this row is going to be for the blinking light, okay? And for the task name. So let's write a class row. And then over here, we will have a div class equal to, and it will be call 1, deflex, and then align items center and justify content center. And I'm going to close off this div. And then I'm going to place in the actual blinking label, all right? So it's going to be a red light with a class equal to, and then I'm going to write BG danger, okay? And I'm going to set some additional style. Here I will place in width 25 pixels, height 25 pixels, and also border radius I will set to 50%. Okay, so now I can close off this div and let's take a look. I'm going to reload the page and here is our light. So when we activate the timer, it will blink. It will show and disappear every second. Okay, so this is the first thing. Next, we want to have another column for the task name. So let's add a div with a class equal to call. Let's close off this div. And here we just want to display in the H2 the object name like this. Let's reload the page and there we have it. Okay, so now what we need to do is to place in the timer, and the timer will be placed somewhere over here, maybe as a H3. The ID is going to be set to timer, and I'm also going to add some margin top of 3, let's say. And initially, I will have 0, 0, 0, 0, and 0, 0. So let's save this. Let's reload the page. And here is our timer. So now we need to work on the second main column, which is related to the buttons. So I'm going to place those action buttons in a separate div. And I will begin with the go back button. So this button will take us to the main page. And this is going to be an href. Here I'm going to set the URL as tasks main. And I'm going to add button classes. So btn and then btn danger. And inside of this A tag, I'm going to place in a font awesome icon. So I will have I class equal to, and then FA solid and FA circle arrow left. All right, so let's save this. And here is our first action button. So let's see if it works. And in fact, it does. Perfect. So the next button is going to be the play button. I'm going to write button, and I'm going to set a class equal to btn and then btn info. Let's set an ID to maybe run btn. And then let's close it off. And here I'm going to add an I class equal to, and again, I'm going to use font awesome. So let's write FA solid and FA lay. And let's close off the I tag. Let's save it. And here is our play button. All right. So next, I'm going to copy this, paste it below. Here we will have and btn. So let's make this btn warning. And instead of FA play, we will have FA stop. Let's reload the page, and here is our stop button. Okay. And then we need to have a button for logging on breaks. So in order to do this, we will have btn, let's say primary maybe. So we will have a blue button, and I'm going to name this as break btn. And here we will have FA solid and our class start. Let's save it. Let's reload it. And there we go. Below this row, let's add a separate div with a class of margin top 5. Let's close it off. And here we will place in a link as a button to a history page. So this is something that we will add a little bit later. So for now, I'm going to specify the link as an empty string. And let's add some classes. So let's make this button a btn info. And let's close off the A tag. And here, let's just place in history. So let's save this. Let's reload the page. And here is our history button. Okay, so we have our detailed HTML ready. We will need to do some adjustments in the future, I think, but for now, it is ready to go. Welcome back to the course. In this video, we will activate the timer once we click on the play button. So in order to do this, let's jump to Visual Studio Code. I'm currently in the detailed HTML of the task application, and I'm going to go just for a second to main HTML, because from over here, I want to borrow this particular code and I want to place it in the detailed HTML, because this particular template needs its own JavaScript file attached. So I'm going to name this file detail.js, and we are going to create it in just a second. And since over here we are using static, we need to load static. Okay, so now we can save the detail HTML, and we can create the detail.js in the static tasks directory next to detect tzjs file. Detail.js. Okay, so to check if this detail.js is attached correctly to the detail HTML, let's try to pick up some elements that are necessary for us and console log them. So we will need the timer, and here we have the ID of timer, and we will pick up those elements by ID. So we need to memorize timer, and we need the run btn or the play button. All right, so let's go to detail.js. And let's start with the run btn. And this is going to be equal document get element by ID run btn. And then we will have the timer, which is going to be equal document get element by ID timer. So now we can console log the run btn as well as the timer. I'm going to save the detail.js and reload the page, right-click, inspect. Let's go to the console, and here is our button, and here is our timer. Okay, next, I'm going to create a variable called time, and this is a let variable, so it's not a constant. We will need to modify it in the future. And this is going to be equal timer and text content. So let's console log the time right now. Let's reload the page, and this is our time. So this is the text content of this H3. All right. So as the next step, let's do something with the button. So I'm going to add an event listener, and we will listen on a click event. And whenever a button gets clicked, what I'm going to do is to console log the button, the play button maybe, was clicked. Let's save this, reload the page, and let's click on the play button, and we see the play button was clicked. So now we can create a activate timer function, and it's going to be an arrow function. And here we will perform some operations. But first, let's call it inside of the run btn, where we have this add event listener. So once we click on the run btn, we want to activate the timer, and here we will have console log timer activated. Let's save this, and we will have this working. And here is the confirmation. All right, so this was the easy part. Now we will have a little bit more trickier things to do. First of all, I'm going to remove this console log as well as this console log, and also I'm going to remove the console log for the run btn and timer. Okay, next I'm going to set some variables for displaying the hours, displaying the minutes, as well as displaying the seconds. Display seconds, there we go. Okay, these variables will get modified a little bit later on. First of all, we need to take the time and split it by these two dots. So we want to get from this time the hours, the minutes, as well as the seconds. And we need to have them as numbers so we can update them with every second that passes. So here we will have a little trick. I'm going to write let, and in a list, I'm going to set hours, minutes, and seconds. And this is going to be equal the time from over here, okay? And we will split it by the two dots. And with the use of map, we are going to bring them to numbers, okay? So here we will have the result of hours, minutes, and seconds as numbers. So let's see if this will work. I'm going to console log the hours, and I'm going to place in hours and then type of hours. I'm going to copy this, paste it 2 times below, minutes, seconds, minutes, and seconds, seconds. All right, let's take a look. And as you can see, we have numbers, okay? So this, we converted into 3 variables, hours, minutes, seconds, which are a number. Okay, next I'm going to set a variable, which is going to be called manage interval. And as you can see, I have done it outside of the activate timer function because later I will want to clear this interval. We will talk about this functionality a little bit later. For now, don't worry about it too much. So below our console logs, which by the way we can remove, let's write manage interval is equal to set interval, and here we want to perform some operations every single second. So we can increment the seconds, for example, and we can console log the seconds just to see if this is working. Okay, so I'm going to reload the page, press the play button, and we see 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. So let's remove the console log for the seconds as well, and instead let's write some if checks. If seconds is equal to 60, then we want to reset the seconds and we want to increment the minutes. And then if the minutes is equal to 60, we want to reset the minutes and increment the hours, because this is how time passes. So here we are modifying our seconds, minutes, and hours, and now we need to prepare them for being displayed in the timer. So, for example, if we have a situation that we have 1 hour and 2 minutes and 15 seconds, we don't want to display it like this. We want to display it as 01, 02, and then 15. So the hours and the minutes require modification, and we will do this with the use of the display hours, display minutes, and display seconds, because these variables are the ones that are going to go to the timer at the very end. So I'm going to now rewrite the display hours, and this is going to be equal hours, and then we will bring it to string, and we will call pad start. And I'm going to write 2 as the length and 0. And now you probably are wondering what this actually means. So hours to string, it's pretty easy. We have hours as a number and we are bringing it to string. But I think the confusion might be related to pad start. So if we have, for example, 1 as hours, what we are doing, aside from bringing it to string, is we are adding a leading 0 at the front. So 1 is going to become 0, 1. If we have 10, we don't need to add a leading 0, and the output is going to be 10. Okay, so with pad start, we are adding a leading 0 if necessary. If our hours has a length of 1, we are adding 0 to it. If it has a length of 2, like over here, then we are just doing nothing. We are just performing this hours to string, and there is no difference in the output. So hopefully this is understandable. I'm going to copy this, paste it below, change this to display minutes. And here we are working on the minutes, bringing minutes to string, and with the pad start, we are adding a leading 0 if necessary. Next, let's write display seconds, and this is going to be equal seconds to string, and with the use of pad start, again, we are adding a leading 0 if necessary. So finally, we can update this time variable, and time is going to be equal, and here I'm opening up the backticks, and I'm injecting the display hours. Next, I'm injecting the display minutes, and at the end, the display seconds. And there's one more thing to do. We now need to modify the document object model, and we want to modify the timer. So we can write timer inner HTML or timer text content is equal to the time from over here. So let's save this and let's see if this will work. I'm going to reload the page, play, and here we have it. And as you can see, we have successfully updated the minutes and resetted the seconds. So this is working. I'm going to assume that the hours are going to work fine as well. Welcome back to the course. In this video, let's add a recording effect to this light bulb. So basically, we want it to blink, to show up and disappear with every second that passes once we activate the timer with this particular button. So in order to do this, let's jump back to Visual Studio Code, and somewhere over here, we can use the modulo operator to add this functionality. And I left you a short article about modulo operator and how it is similar to div mode, the built-in Python function that we already explored in this course in the exercises section, but also in the project section. So over here, we can write if seconds modulo 2 is equal to 0, then we will do something. And in other case, we will do something else. So by something and something else, I mean adding the dnon class from Bootstrap. So in one case, we will add it, and in the other one, we will remove it. So if we perform an operation with the modulo operator on number 2, this basically means that the output of this equation can be either 1 or 0. So for example, if we have 10 and then we write modulo 2, then we have 0. If we write 11 modulo 2, then we have 1. If we write 12 modulo 2, then we have 0. 13 modulo 2, then we have 1. 14 modulo 2, then we have 0, okay? So these are the seconds that are passing, and here is our output. And we are comparing if it's 0 or something else in this case, but something else in our particular case is going to be always 1. So let's remove this, and yeah, let's try this out. First, we need to jump into detail HTML. We need to find our light bulb. So it's somewhere over here. There we go. And I'm going to add an ID of light bulb, maybe. Light bulb. All right. I'm going to copy this, save it. In the detail.js, I will get this element somewhere at the top. So I will have const light bulb is equal to document get element by ID and then light bulb. Okay, so now I'm going to grab this element, and here we will remove from the class list the dnon class. So light bulb class list remove dnon, and here we will add it. Light bulb class list add dnon. All right. So if seconds modulo 2 is equal to 0, we are removing the dnon, we are showing the light bulb, and in other case, we are adding the dnon class and we are hiding the light bulb. So let's see how this will work. I'm going to save the detail.js, reload the page, press play, and nothing happens. So I'm going to clear the cache, Command-Shift-R, and I'm going to try it one more time. And there we go. So let's try it one more time. Okay, it was shown. At 1, it was hidden. Let's do it one more time. So it's shown right now, but once we go to 1, it should be hidden. Once we go to 2, it should be visible again. Okay, let's try it. Yep, everything is working. Okay, guys, so let's finish this video over here and let's continue in the next one. Welcome back to the course. In this video, let's add the functionality of stopping the timer. So whenever we press on this button, we would like to stop the timer that was activated some time ago. So let's go back to Visual Studio Code, and I'm going to pick up the end btn. So let's go to detail HTML and find the buttons, and here I have this end btn. So I'm going to go back to detail.js. I will copy the run btn, paste it below, and then change run to end over here and over here as well. So now we can add an event listener on this end btn. So I'm going to copy it and maybe paste it somewhere over here. And it's also going to listen on the click event. And once this particular button gets clicked, what we want to do is to clear this interval. And this is why we named it manage interval outside of this activate timer function. So right now it is available to us in our end btn add event listener. So let's write clear interval and pass in the manage interval. So this should stop the interval that is running over here. And let's see if this will work or not. I'm going to save the detail.js. Next, I will reload the page. Let's activate the timer and let's stop it. And nothing is happening, so I'm going to again clear the cache and run it one more time. And now, as you can see, it stopped. Now it's running again. And now it is stopped. Running again. and stopped. Alright guys, so this is working and let's finish this video over here. Welcome back to the course. In this video, let's start working on the logging functionality so that we can measure the task time. So what we are going to do is to create a send data function, and this send data function will be executed whenever we click on the action button. So the play button, the stop button, or the break button. And it will correspond to a function view on the backend, and this function view will send a response, and we will display this response in an alert. But before we get started, let's hide this stop button since right now it is redundant. As you can see, the timer isn't activated, so there's basically nothing to stop. This button should appear only when we already press the play or break button. So let's jump to detail HTML. Let's find the action button section and let's add the dnon class to the end btn. And then let's save the detail HTML and let's reload the page. And right now this button is gone. As the next step, let's jump into detail.js. Let's remove this console log with time and let's paste in the code that I provided for you in the previous lecture. So this code is related to obtaining the CSRF token and it comes from the official Django documentation. So right now we have our CSRF token that we can use in post type requests, and the function that we are going to create is going to use, in this case, the post type request. So I'm writing this send data function, which will take in data, and data is going to be a dictionary with some information about isFinish and is. So isFinish can be either true or false, and isWork can be also either true or false. If isFinish is equal to true, that means that we want to close a particular log. Okay, so that means that we are logging out. If isFinish is false, that means that we are creating a log. In case of isWork, we have a situation where isWork is equal to true. Then that basically means that we are logging on work. We are logging on a particular task that we are executing. If isWork is equal to false, we are measuring the break time related to that particular task. So hopefully this is clear. So now we want to extend this dictionary with the CSRF token. So we can relate to data and then add a key, CSRF middleware token is equal to CSRF token. Perfect. We can now write Ajax, and as mentioned before, it's going to be type of post, and then we will have the URL, but right now I'm just going to set it as an empty string. We will return to it once we create a view and register it in the URL patterns. So for now, let's leave it as an empty string, and then we will have the data. We can write it like this, or since the required name matches our data name, we can simply write it in a simpler way, okay, without assigning the key to value. Okay, so as the next step, let's write the success. Here, hopefully, we will get the response from the backend. And for now, let's just console log the response. Later, we will show an alert with a particular response. For example, you have logged in on a break, or you have logged in on a task, or you have closed the log, okay? So this is going to be the success, and then we will have the error. Here, if something will go wrong, we will console log the error. Okay, so let's save the detail.js And as the next step, let's go to the views PY, and somewhere at the top, let's create a function view called manage log view. And this takes in a request, and let's print logging in work, and let's return JSON response with a key message, hello world. All right, so as the next step, let's register this manage log view in the URL patterns. So I'm going to import manage log view, and I'm going to copy this path. Here we will have path slug and then maybe log, and this is going to be manage log view, and the name isn't important, but I'm just going to place in log. All right, so let's save this, and then let's jump back to detail.js. Let's provide the URL, so it's going to be log, and yeah, I'm going to go now to our run btn, and I'm going to execute the send data function, but I'm going to pass in an empty dictionary. So let's save the detail.js, and yeah, let's try it out. Going to reload the page, right-click inspect. Let's jump into the console, and let's press in the play button. We don't see any response in the console. I'm going to clear the cache, Command-Shift-R, and let's do it one more time. And we have internal server error. And manage log view got unexpected keyword argument slug. All right, so this is related to this manage log view. It takes in a request, but also in the URLs PY, we have a slug over here to be more precise. So we have two options. In the views PY, we can pass in the slug, or we can just add keyword arguments. So I'm going to use the slug. Let's save this, and let's reload the page and try this one more time. And now we see message hello world. Perfect. So this is working, and I think we can finish this video over here. Welcome back to the course. In this video, we will enable sending actual data to the backend, whether we press the play, break, or end button. So we need to take care of those three scenarios, and we will do it right now. So let's jump back to Visual Studio Code. In the detail.js, what we need to do is to bring in the break button, because right now we have the run button and the end btn. So in the detail HTML, we have this break button remaining. So let's grab it and let's create this variable break btn, and this is going to be equal document get element by ID, and we will get it by the break btn. Perfect. As the next step, over here we have the event listeners for the run btn and for the end btn. Let's add one for the break btn. So we will have exactly the same situation. Add event listener, we will listen on the click event, and then once this button gets clicked, we will execute some code. So first of all, let's finish this run btn. So whenever we press the run btn, we want to hide it. We want to hide the run btn as well as the break btn and show the end btn to close the log, all right? So in order to do this, we will write run btn and then class list add d none, and then let's write break btn class list add d none, and finally, what was the name? And btn class list remove d none. Okay, so this is for managing the action buttons. Next, let's add the actual data. So let's open up a dictionary, and we will have two keys. So is work, and this is going to be set to true, okay, because we are logging on work. And is finish, I'm going to set to false because we are opening a log with this run btn, and with the end btn we are closing it. So is finish is going to be true in the end btn. Okay, and now we just need to send the data. And yeah, let's actually see if this will work or not. So I'm going to jump to the views of the task application, and I will make another print request post. Let's save this. Let's refresh the page. Let's press play. Okay, we are measuring the time, and right now we only have the possibility to close the log to stop the timer. And then if we move to the terminal, over here we see is work is true, is finish is false, and we also have this CSRF middleware token. All right, so the first case scenario seems to be working. Next, let's jump to detail.js and let's work with the end btn. So over here, I'm going to grab the buttons, copy them, paste them over here, and then we will have run btn class list remove, and then break btn class list remove, and end btn class list add. So it's the reverse situation to run btn. Okay, so once we press the end btn, we want to return to the initial settings. Okay, next over here we are clearing the interval, but let's also reset the timer. So the time is going to be 000000, and then timer text content is going to be equal to the time. And then we will open up the data dictionary, and is finish is going to be set to true. And we don't pass any is work information because we don't know if we are closing a log which is related to a break or to work, okay? So here I'm just writing is finish true, and that is it. All right, so finally we need to send the data and pass the data from over here. Okay, so I'm going to save the detail.js, reload the page, press play, and then press stop. As you can see, the timer has been resetted, so this is working. And over here in the query dict, we have is finish is true and CSRF middleware token. Perfect. So this case is working as well. So there is one case remaining for the break btn. So again, I'm going to copy those buttons, and I'm actually going to copy these ones because it's going to be the same case as for the run btn. Okay, next let's activate the timer because we will still measure the time on break. And let's copy the data. Here is work is false, and is finish is also equal to false. And then we just need to send data And this is basically it. So let's save it. Save the detail.js. Let's reload the page and let's try this out. The timer is working. We are measuring the break time. The action buttons are hidden apart from the go back button and the stop button. So we can now stop the timer. Okay, we have resetted the time. And right now we can see one issue related with the light bulb. So it should always be visible once we reset the timer. So let's go to the end btn. And over here we can write an if check, maybe somewhere over here. If, and then light bulb class list contains the none. We will write light bulb class list remove and then the none. Let's save this and let's try it out one more time. So I'm going to press play. And as you can see, right now we have this light bulb visible again. So let's try it again. And there we go. So this is working. And yeah, I think we have covered every single scenario apart from accidentally going back or refreshing the page. But this is something that we will do a little bit later. Welcome back to the course. In this video, it is finally time to tackle the backend. So we will pick up the data from the front end and we will have to manage our logs according to those data. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to actually remove those print statements, and I'm going to write an if check. If is Ajax, and we already imported is Ajax from .utils, so from our utils py file. Here I'm going to pass in the request, and later we will do some processing over here, but eventually we will return a JSON response. If this is not going to be the case, we will return redirect. So we need to import redirect. I'm going to remove render because we don't need it over here. And we will, as mentioned before, return redirect. And we want to be redirected to tasks and the main page. So let's write tasks and main. All right, so this is it for checking if the request is Ajax. If it is, we will at the end return a JSON response. If not, we will be redirected to the main page. All right, so as the next step, we can actually print out again the request post, because I want to show you one thing. I'm going to save the views.py file, refresh the page, press play, and then press stop. So over here we have two query dicts. The first one contains information about is work and is finish, and the other one contains information only about is finish. And now we need to pick up those information and convert these values into Boolean. So in order to do this, I'm going to import JSON, and we can start with is finish. This is going to be the easier case scenario, you can say, because is work will be a little bit more complicated, just a little bit. So with the use of JSON loads, we can convert the is finish from our request to Boolean. So let's write request post and then get is finish. Okay, now I'm going to copy this, paste it below, and here we will have is work and is work. But we have to do a if check, so we will have this conversion only if is work is going to appear in the request post. So if request post and then get is work, else let's just return none in this case. So now we can print out is finish and let's print out is work. Okay, so I'm going to save this, reload the page, press play, and then press stop. And as you can see right now, we have Boolean values. Perfect. So as the next step, let's import the time zone from Django utils. I'm going to make the screen a little bit bigger and let's bring in from Django utils the time zone. So we can specify the timestamp, and this is going to be equal time zone now. And we will need this timestamp for creating new logs or closing old ones. So the timestamp is going to be either time start or time end. Okay, so I'm going to remove those prints. We don't need them anymore. And yeah, let's bring in now the task. So we will pick up the task by the slug that we have from over here. I'm going to import getObject or 404, and we will obtain the task with the use of getObject or 404 by passing the task and setting the slug to be equal the slug from over here. Okay. So now we can check if we have an existing log, and if we have an existing log and also its finish is set to true, what we are going to do is to simply close the log. Okay, so let's write existing log is equal, and we need to bring in the log model. From logs models, we want to import log, and this is going to be equal log objects filter. The user is going to be set to request.user. The task is going to be set to the task from over here, and its finish is going to be set to false. And let's grab the first element. By doing it this way, we can now write if existing log and is finish. We can, in this case, as mentioned before, close the log, and we can do it by accessing the existing log time end, not start. And this is going to be our timestamp. Next, we will set the is finished to true. So existing log is finished will be set to true. And we now need to simply save the existing log. And we can write a message log closed. This message will be passed with the JSON response. So instead of hello world, we will have message. Okay. If we have a different case, that means that we don't want to close the log, we want to open the log. So maybe we can this time start from the message. The message is going to be equal logged in on break, but only if not is work. And then else we will have logged in on work. Okay. And then we will create a new log. Log objects create. Again, the user is going to be set to request.user. Then we will have the task equal to the task from over here. The time start is going to be set to the timestamp. And is work is going to be set to is work from over here. So I'm going to change none to false. Okay, yeah, and then we are returning the JSON response, and this should actually be it. We are taking care of the situation where we want to close the log as well as open a new one. And we can open a new log if we have is work equal to true or false. So if we are logging in on work or logging in on break. So again, this should work, but let's make sure it does by saving the views.py file and then refreshing the page. Let's right click inspect and let's head over to the console. Let's press the play button and we have internal server error. Is finished. Okay, cannot resolve. Keyword is finish. So here we should write is finished like this. And here it is written in the correct way, but here it was mistaken. So if we go to logs, modals, in fact, it is finished and not is finished. Okay, so let's go back to the views and let's save this file and go to the browser. Let's reload the page. Let's press play. Logged in on work. Let's go to the administration, logs. Over here we have is work, perfect. It is open right now and I'm going to close it. We have a message log closed. Let's reload this page and in fact it is closed. Perfect. So I'm going to open up a break log. Let's refresh the page. And right now we have is work as false, but we can see that the log is opened. And we can close it by pressing stop. Let's refresh the page. And in fact, this is working as well. Perfect. So let's finish this video over here. Welcome back to the course. In this video, we will catch a breath because the last 3 videos were quite intense. So in this one, we will do something much more simple and we will just display what is the current work status. Are we logged in on break or are we logged in on work or we have logged out and we simply have closed a particular log related to a given task. So in order to do this, let's just press play just to have an idea what is going to happen. Over here we have a message logged in on work. We want to grab this message and display it in an alert. Okay, so the alert is available in the detail HTML. It is not visible because it consists of this dnon class. So if we go to detail.js, let's see if we have this alert pick up. No, I don't think so. So somewhere over here, let's grab this element. Alert box is going to be equal to document get element by ID and then alert box. Perfect. Next, we need to head over to our send data function and we will pick up the message from the response. So we will destructure message. So this is basically the same as writing resp message, okay? But this is a more modern way to do it. So we are picking up the message from the response and we can write alert box class list remove. So it will be visible again. So we need to get rid of this dnon class and then alert box inner HTML is going to be set to the message from over here. So now let's save the detail.js. Let's reload the page. Let's press play, and we have logged in on work. Let's press stop, log closed. Let's press this button with the hourglass, and we are now logged in on break. Perfect. Welcome back to the course. In this video, we will prevent some undesired behavior from happening. So for example, if the user decides to leave the page or reload the page, we want to send the data before that actually happens. And once we send the data, the log will be closed. Later, the user can decide whether he or she wants to create a new log and continue measuring the task or not. So before we do this, let's jump into Visual Studio Code. Let's head over to logs. Let's open up the models.py file. And over here, I'm going to return an F string instead of the ID. And we will have self user username logged in on, and then self task name. So let's save this. Let's refresh the page, and this looks much better. Next, I'm going to remove everything, and I'm going to refresh the page. I'm going to create a new log. We are logged in on work. So this is my current log. And now I'm going to refresh the page. So right now the log isn't closed, and what we want to do in this particular video is to send the data to close such log if such situation will occur. So yeah, right now we will have a problem if I press the play button again. This log remains unclosed, and I have another one which is currently opened. Okay, so let's get rid of these logs. Let's have an empty logs table. And yeah, we need to jump now to task detail.js. Over here at the very end, or maybe somewhere below the break btn add event listener, let's add a window add event listener, and we will listen on before unload. And once the user decides to leave the page, we will check if the time is not equal to 000000. If this is the case, if this is true, that means that the timer is running and we are logged in. That's why before we move to a different place, let's add this data dictionary where we will have isFinish set to true. And then we can simply write send data and pass in this data dictionary. So now let's try this out. I'm going to refresh the page, create a new log. Okay, I have no time end. And now I'm going to refresh the page. And let's refresh this page as well. And as you can see right now, the log has been closed. In this video, we will create the history page. So once we press on this button, we will be taken to a place where the entire history of logs associated to a given task will be displayed. So in order to do this, let's jump back to Visual Studio Code and let's access the task application and open up the views.py file. Somewhere below, maybe at the bottom, below the task delete view, let's create another one called class and then task log history view, which will inherit from list view. Over here, I'm going to specify the template name and I'm going to set it to history HTML inside of the tasks directory. All right, we will create this history HTML in just a few seconds, and we will fill it out with the code that I provided for you in the previous lecture. Next, I want to override the get query set method because I don't want to display all the logs over here at this particular page, at this particular view. I want to display all the logs that are associated with the given task. So the idea is to register this view that we are building right now somewhere below the task detail view, because as a reminder, this is the task detail view. And then we will have the ability to get the slug. Once we get the slug, we can get the task object and we can retrieve all the logs by the task. So let's do this. I'm going to create a variable called slug, and this is going to be self quarks get slug. And then we will create a task variable, and this is going to be get object or 404. So with this get object or 404, we will get our task object, or we will return 404. And we will try to get our task object by the slug. So finally, we can return log objects filter, and we will filter by the task. Okay. So yeah, let's go ahead and save the views.py file. And now let's go to urls.py where we are going to register this view. So first of all, let's import it. Task log history view, there we go. And I'm going to place it maybe above the delete. So I'm going to copy the path for the delete. I'm going to paste it over here. And then I'm going to change delete to history and the task delete view to task log history view. And the name is going to be history, like this. All right, so now we can save this. And let's jump to the templates, to the tasks directory. Over here, let's create the history HTML file. Sorry, I'm at static. There we go. Let's over here create the history HTML file. And I'm going to paste the code from the previous lecture. So this code is checking if we have any objects, and if so, it's displaying a simple bootstrap table, and if not, it is just going to show us no logs. So later we will take care of this table to fill it out, okay? For now, let's save the history HTML file, and let's jump into detail HTML. We need to find the history button. And over here, we need to provide the link to our new view that we created just a few seconds ago. So I'm going to write URL, and then let's go to tasks and history, because this is the name of the path registered in the URL patterns. And we need to pass in the object slug. All right, so the object slug is referring to the task slug, okay? So yeah, let's save the detail HTML. Let's refresh the page and let's try this out. And there we go. So the table is empty, but we see the table because there are objects. However, we didn't fill out the rows just yet. So if we go to the main page, and we will take a look at the fourth task. Over here, we don't have any logs. So if we go to the history, we should see no logs. And in fact, this is the case. All right, so let's go back to fifth task. Let's go to history and let's start filling out this table. So we need to go to history. And first of all, over here, what I'm going to display is the obj time start, okay? Because this is the first column. Then I'm going to copy this. I'm going to paste it below, and we will have time end. Next, we need to display the log time. So we will reference this particular field, which is a duration field. So going back to history, let's write obj time. All right, and then we have is work. So let's write an if check. If obj is work, we are going to display a check mark with the use of font awesome. So it's going to be FA solid and FA check. And in other case, we are going to display a X mark. So it's going to be I class equal to FA solid and FA X mark. All right, so let's save this. Let's refresh the page, and there we go. So right now we see the log information. However, we need to format our output. So first of all, the time start and time end is in UTC. Okay, so this matches this, okay? And we would like to also format the time, okay? So it should be 000009 without the rest, because this is so small that it's actually redundant. So this is something that we will tackle in the next video. Welcome back to the course. In this video, we will format the outputs for the time start, time end, and time itself. So in order to do this, let's jump into Visual Studio Code to the tasks directory. Let's open up the history HTML. And for demonstration purposes, I'm going to apply some pre-built to Django filters. The first one is going to be date for the time start, and the second one is going to be time for the time end. So I'm going to save the history HTML, reload the page, and as you can see right now, we see the date for the time start and the time for the time end. So what we are going to do is to create our own custom filter that is going to return the date time according to the user's settings. So this filter will take in the user as an additional argument so that we can retrieve his or hers time zone and then perform the conversion on the DateTime UTC object using as time zone. And later we will learn about a different approach, which is related to using the built-in time zone filter. I will leave an article about it in the next lecture, and closer towards the end of this particular section, I'll do a video on it. Now I'm going to jump into tasks, and here I'm going to create a new directory called template tags. And inside of this directory, I'm going to create an init py file. So this folder will be treated as a Python package. Next, I'm going to create a datetime tzpy file, and datetime tz is going to be the name of our custom filter. Over here, let's begin from the imports. So from Django, I want to import template. And as the next step, I'm going to create a template library instance. Register is going to be equal template library. So now we can register our filter. First, we need to define a custom template filter name, and this is going to be datetime tz. And next, we will add all the necessary logic in a function. So let's write register and then filter. And now we can create a function that is going to be named datetime tz, just as the file. And this is going to be the filter name. And this takes in a value and the user as the additional parameter. So we will apply the datetime tz on a datetime object, and this is going to be the value. The datetime object is going to be the value, okay? So what we can do first is actually to check if we are dealing with a datetime object. So I can write if is instance, and next I need to bring in datetime from datetime. So now I can write val and datetime. So we are checking if the value is a datetime instance. If it is, we will do some logic. If it's not, we can return an empty string. So let's now define this logic. First of all, let's grab the time zone. So we need to bring in pytz. So tz is going to be equal pytz and then time zone. We will pass in the user, okay, time zone. So we will pass in the user, and we can access the time zone field of a particular user to check what time zone is set for a particular user. Okay. Next, we can write a variable called converted dt, and this is going to be equal val as time zone, and we just need to pass in the time zone from over here. For this to work, we need to format the datetime object as we desire. So I'm going to write formatted, I think with two t's, dt is going to be equal converted dt and then strf time, and we will pass in b, d, and then year, and also I and M and small p. All right, so let's now return formatted datetime. Let's save this datetime tzpy file, and yeah, let's try to load it into history HTML. So below extends, I'm going to write load and then datetime tz. So now we can apply it. First, let's try it out on the time start. So datetime tz and then two dots, and we need to pass in the request.user. So this is our additional parameter. This is the value, the val, okay? And this is the user. So let's save this. Let's hit refresh, and we have template syntax error. Datetime tz is not registered tag library. So usually if we get this error, simple restart of the development server will do the trick. And in fact, it is working, as you can see. And since my user has a time zone of Europe Madrid, so as a confirmation, let's go to the users and check the time zone. Here it is, Europe Madrid. And if we go back to our logs, over here we have 4:42 p.m. And in the Django administration, we see that you are 2 hours ahead of server time. So in fact, this time is the correct time according to my user settings. So now we can apply this datetime tz filter also on the time end. Let's save this. Let's hit refresh. And as you can see, this is working as well. So as the next step, we can actually try to apply this filter on the time. So this is not a datetime instance, so we should have an empty string. Let's try it out. Datetime tz, and let's pass in the request.user. Let's reload the page, and as you can see, we have an empty string. Perfect. So let's save this, and the work for the obj time we will do inside of logs models.py file. Below the string representation method, let's add a method called formatted time, which takes in self, and I'm going to make it a property so it will be treated as a field. And over here, I'm going to create a variable f duration, so formatted duration, and this is going to be equal str self time, and then we are going to split it by the dot. Okay, so we are, let me refresh the page. We are splitting it by the dot, so we will have two elements. This is going to be the first element, this is going to be the second element. And we are interested only in the first element, okay? So we can split it by the dot and grab the first element, which is going to be 0. And then we just need to return the f duration. Let's save this. Let's go back to history HTML. And over here, we are now going to reference not the time, but the formatted time. Let's save this. Let's reload the page. And this is working as well. Before we finish, let's actually move this time to the left because it doesn't look nice. And let's also add a title for our history HTML. So above the blog content, let's open up a blog title, and I'm going to write blog history. And then over here, I'm just going to remove this class for the th, for the table header, okay? So let's reload the page, and now this is looking much better. And we also see the title for this particular page. Welcome back to the course. In this video, we will start to work on the summary page. And the summary will be split into two videos. The first one is going to be the easier one. We just need to simply create a very basic summary view, which is going to be a function view without the necessary business logic just yet. We want to then register this view in the URL patterns and create a base template. The actual template code will be provided as an article in the next lecture. But then we want to simply add a navigation function on this button so that once we click on a button, we will be taken to the summary page of a given task. And in the next video, we will simply focus on the summary logic, okay? So this way it won't be that much intense, hopefully. Okay, so let's jump into Visual Studio Code. Let's go to tasks. Let's open up the views.py file. And at the very bottom, let's create a new function view called task summary view. And it will take in a request. And actually, I'm going to cut it and I'm going to move it over here. So this way I will have the function views at the top and the class-based views below. All right. Here we will have a context. So here we will define what we are passing to the template, and then let's return render. Okay, so we need to import render. We removed it in one of the previous videos, and right now we need it. And we will pass in the request. The template name is going to be summary, so it's going to be placed in the tasks. And then let's write summary HTML. And here we will have the context. All right, so let's save this and let's register this view in the URLs.py. So I'm going to import task summary view, and I'm going to copy this path or the manage log view, paste it below. Here we will have summary. The view name is task summary view, and the name is going to be summary. All right, so let's save this. Let's go to templates tasks. Here, let's create summary HTML. It will inherit from base HTML. The block title is going to be task summary, and the block content, for now, I'm just going to write as hello world task summary. Okay, let's save this, and now let's jump into main HTML. Let's find the button for the summary. I think this is it. This is the one. And here we will place in the URL, which is going to lead to tasks and then summary. But since we have in the URLs py the slug, we also need to provide the slug. So let's go back to main, and just as we did over here, let's write obj slug next to tasks summary. Okay, so I'm going to save this. I'm going to reload the page, and let's try it out. And we have task summary view got unexpected keyword argument slug. Okay, so since we have in the URLs py file in our path the slug, we also need to provide the slug after the request. Okay, so let's save this. Let's reload the page. And right now we have hello world task summary. Perfect. All right, guys, so let's work on the task summary. So we will use the logs to get the total time, the total work time, the total non-work time, the amount of logs, the shortest log, and the longest log. The summary will, of course, be related to a particular task. So what I'm going to do first is to obtain the logs related to a given task. So I will write log objects filter, and then I'm going to filter by the task and then double underscore slug and assign slug to it. So I'm not going to use the get object or 404 to get first the task object and then assign the task to task like we've done before. I'm going to do it this time a little bit differently. And I'm going to print out the logs. As the next step, I'm going to rewrite the logs. So I will copy this part, and then at the end, I will call values, and I will print out the logs over here as well. And then maybe somewhere in the middle, I will add a separator. Okay, so I'm going to save the views.py file, and I just want to mention that I've created two log objects for the third task. So one is 8 seconds and it is work, and then the other one is 9 seconds and it's not work. Okay, and right now I'm in this third task summary page. So let's go to the main page and let's access the third task together. And there we go. So let's jump into the terminal and let's see what is the output. So here we have an ordinary query set with two objects. So log number 1, log number 2. And here we have a query set of dictionaries. So a dictionary is a representation of the object once you call values on it. All right. So what I'm going to do next is to write task. Let's save this. Let's reload the page. And right now we have task 3 and task 3. Okay, two objects with the task ID. Okay, so now I'm going to get rid of this and I'm going to remove the logs. the logs for a given task by adding calculated fields to a query set using annotate. So if this feels confusing, I'm going to explain this step by step. So first of all, I'm creating a variable task summary. Now I'm writing logs, and actually to make it a little bit more readable, I'm going to use a backslash, and then over here I'm going to use annotate. And right now I want to add the total time. So I want this field to appear next to the task. And I want to have one dictionary, which is going to be the summary for the task 3. I don't want to have 2, I want to have 1 as a summary. So I'm going to write this total time field, and this is going to be sum. So we need to import sum somewhere over here. Let's bring in from Django DB models the sum. Also, let's bring in the count. Of course, we need to write import sum count, and let's also bring in min, max, and q. Okay, so hopefully this is all we need. And let's go back to our task summary view. And now we can write sum and pass in the time. So if you are wondering what is the time, well, if we go to the logs, over here we are accessing this particular field. So I'm going to jump back to the views.py file. And yeah, as the next step, before we proceed with the total work time, total non-work time, and so on, I'm going to print out the task summary. So let's save this, let's reload the page, and let's see what do we have over here. And as you can see, we have right now one dictionary with the total time of 17 seconds. So if we go back to our logs, here we have 9 seconds for the third task, and here we have 8 seconds for the third task. 9 plus 8 is equal 17. So this, where do we have it? This works. So now we can get the total work time. Again, I'm going to add a backslash to use method chaining, and I'm going to call annotate, and I'm going to add a field that I'm going to name total work time, and this is going to be again sum time, but this time we need to add a filter, and this filter will be applied with the use of q, and here I will specify that the isWork should be equal to true. Okay, next I'm going to add a backslash. I'm actually going to copy this, paste it, and here we will have, maybe I'll make the screen a little bit bigger. So here we will have total non-work time, and it's going to be exactly the same, but the filter is going to be false. So let's save this. Let's reload the page. And as you can see, we have now task 3, total time, 17 seconds, total work time, 8 seconds, total non-work time, 9 seconds. So this is working as well. So what do we have next? The amount of logs. So yeah, let's do annotate again. Let's write log count, and this is going to be equal count, and here let's count the ID. Okay, let's proceed to the next one, the shortest log. So again, annotate, and then let's write shortest log, and here we will use min, and we will refer to the time. So again, backslash, and we have one left, log. So annotate longest log, and then this is going to be equal max and we will pass in the time. All right, so let's save the views.py file. Let's refresh the page, and here we have it. So new is log count. The shortest log is 8 seconds. The longest log is 9 seconds. This is working perfect. So as the next step, let's pass into the template with the use of this context dictionary, the task, which is going to be the task. So I actually will have to grab the task with the use of get object or 404. So here the task, here I need to pass in the task, and as the slug, I'm going to assign the slug. And then I can write task is going to be, to this key task, I'm going to assign the task object. Next, I will define a key QS. So this key will be used in the template. And to the QS, I'm going to assign the task summary. And yeah, let's save the views.py file. And let's go to the templates, find the summary HTML, and then paste in the code I prepared for you. So let's save the summary HTML. Let's reload the page, and over here we have our third task. And in the next video, we will fill out the total time, total work time, total non-work time, log count, shortest log, and the longest log. Alright guys, so in this video, let's finish this summary page. So let's jump back to Visual Studio Code. Over here we have the for loop, where we are grabbing an object in the query set. As a reminder, the query set is our task summary. And over here we have all these additional fields. So we have the total time, total work time, total non-work time, log count, shortest log, and longest log. So now we can jump back to the summary HTML, and yeah, let's bring in the obj total time. Next, I'm going to copy this, paste it below, and let's grab the total work time. Okay, next, let's bring in the total non-work time. I will just double check if this is the name. Total non-work time. Okay. And then we will have the log count. And finally, we will have the shortest log and the longest log. So I'm going to save the summary HTML, reload the page, and over here we have our summary details. Okay, so let's go to the main page and let's try the fifth task to see what is going to be the output. And here we have some formatting issues, and over here we also see none. So it would be nice to see 0, and then to have the total time, total work time, shortest log, and the longest log displayed without the rest, without this 316563. So let's do those two things for this to look better. So I'm going to jump into the summary HTML, and everywhere I'm going to set a default to 0, like this. I'm going to copy this, paste it over here, paste it over here, paste it over here, here, and here. Let's save this. Let's reload the page, and right now we see 0 and not none. Okay. As the next step, let's create a template filter for getting rid of this rest. So let's jump into tasks and then template tags, and next to DateTime TZ, let's create format duration, EY. I'm going to copy the contents of datetime TZ and paste it over here. But right now we don't need pytz, we don't need datetime, and I'm going to remove everything from here as well. We will have only the value without the additional parameter, and here let's write format duration. Okay, next I'm going to jump into logs. And over here, we have already defined this logic. So I'm going to copy this code and then bring it to task, template tags, format duration, and paste it over here. So we will have f duration, f as formatted duration, and instead of self time, we will simply pass in the value. Okay, and then we will have a list once we split it by the dot, and we will grab the first element and store it in the f duration, which will be returned over here. So now we can save this, and let's jump into the summary HTML, and let's load the format duration. Okay, I'm going to save this and I'm going to apply it over here after the default format duration, like this. Let's save the summary HTML. Let's reload the page, and again we have this error. So I'm going to quit the development server from running, run it one more time, and refresh the page, and there we go. So we now need to apply the formatted duration on the total work time and total non-work time. We won't apply it on the log count, but we will apply it on the shortest log and the longest log. So let's save this. Let's refresh the page, and there we go. So this is working, and yeah, let's finish this video over here. Welcome back to the course. In this one, let's add a navbar above our username and the Add Task button. So let's jump back to Visual Studio Code. Let's find the templates directory, and over here, let's add the navbar HTML. Let's paste in the code I provided for you. And over here, as you can see, we have an image. So this image is attached to this lecture resources. So first of all, I'm going to save the navbar HTML, and then I'm going to head over to source. Over here, I'm going to create a new directory inside of source. So let me access source, and here we will have the static directory. Inside of static, we will place this logo. For Django to know where to look for the logo, we need to simply go to core settings and tell Django where to look for additional static files. So let's write static files dirs, and this is going to be a list. And inside of this list, we will write base dir and static, indicating that we will keep static files inside of source in this particular, in this particular static directory. So I'm going to save this, and now I'm going to grab the logo, open up the tzNV, go to source, static, and then put in this logo over here. Next, I'm going to go back to the navbar. So let's open it up again, and I'm going to load static. Load static, there we go. And here I'm going to write static and then logo PNG. And I'm going to provide the URL, which is going to take us always to the main page. I'm going to save the navbar HTML, and then in the base HTML, I'm going to include it. And I'm going to include it above the blog content. So let's write include and then navbar HTML. Let's save this and then let's reload the page. And this is our navbar. So what I'm going to do next is to actually maybe go to this navigation and add a margin bottom, maybe of 2. Let's save this. Let's reload the page. And yeah, it should be actually bigger, maybe of 5. And I don't know if this is too much. So maybe I'm just going to do margin Y of 3. Let's save it, refresh. And I think this is looking pretty good. Let's access the summary. This looks quite nice. Measure, it looks also quite nice in my opinion. So let's finish this video over here. This is look from the future. Let's also remove the margin top 3 from over here. We have the margin Y3 defined in our navigation, so that margin top 3 is redundant. Alright guys, so I have logged out from our application through the Django administration, and currently, as you can see, there is no username. And yeah, we might have some trouble performing operations defined in our app. So in order to provide a very simple solution, we are going to protect our views with the login required decorator and mixin, the decorator for function views, the mixin for class-based views, and we will add a login functionality through the Django administration. So whenever we are logged out, we will actually be taken to this login page, okay? So in order to do this, let's jump to Visual Studio Code. Let's go to tasks and then to views py. And yeah, let's begin from the imports. So I want to bring in the login required mixin. So from Django contrib auth mixins, we want to import the login required mixin. And then from Django contrib auth decorators, we want to import the login required decorator. So now we can wrap this view with the login required as well as other function views. So they are going to be wrapped with this login required decorator. And then for the class-based views, we are going to extend the code by providing the login required mixin at the front. Okay, so let's also inherit from login required mixin over here, and over here. All right, so let's save the views py file. Let's head over to core settings py, and somewhere maybe over here, let's provide the login URL, which is going to be set to admin. I'm going to save the settings py file, hit refresh, and now we can log in through the Django administration. Okay, and now we can go back to our main page, and there we go. Alright guys, so in this video, let's fix the way how we add users through the Django administration, because once we defined our custom user model, this view got broken. So before we had a situation, once we pressed on the add button, we saw a page where we created the user by providing the username, password, and password confirmation. Then we were taken to this place where we could set all the additional options, but the user was created before. Right now we have one view and it's quite messy because the password is at the top, the username is somewhere in the middle. And let's return to those default settings where we first have a page for adding the username, password, and password confirmation. And then we are taken to this particular page, and the time zone will appear in a separate section, which I'm going to call additional information or additional info. And this page will be, again, nicely organized. So in order to do this, let's jump to Visual Studio Code. Let's go to users and then open up the admin PY. Over here, what I'm going to do is to import user admin from Django contrib auth admin. I'm going to bring in the user admin, and now I'm going to create a custom user admin class, which will inherit from user admin. So now what I need to do is to provide additional field set, you can say, an additional section for our time zone. So here I'm just going to write user admin and then field sets. And over here, I'm going to name this section additional info. And here to this section, I'm going to put in the time zone field. All right. So next, I'm going to register the custom user admin next to the custom user. I'm going to save the admin py file, and then I'm going to press add again. And right now, everything seems to be okay. Let's set some username and password. Let's press save. The user has been created. And now we can set all those additional options, starting with personal info, permissions, and important dates. And then we have our additional info section. If we would delete this and write pass, we wouldn't see this additional section with the time zone. Okay, so we would have a normal page, which is well organized, but we wouldn't see the section for our additional field defined in the models py file. So that's why we need to extend the field sets. I'm going to save this, and then I'm going to reload the page and simply press save. This is look from the future. I'm just going to remove pass over here and then save the admin py file. Welcome back to the course. In this video, we are going to implement 2 improvements related to obtaining the current date and time according to the user's time zone. So the first one is going to be related to storing the user's time zone information in a session variable, and the other one is going to be related to utilizing a filter that is built into Django, and it's called the time zone filter. So our DateTime TZ custom filter will become redundant. However, I really like this approach because it gives us the full control on what we are doing. What I don't like is this part over here. So in this line of code, we are hitting the database to grab the user time zone. What we are going to do is to actually store this information in a session variable, and usually we would do it during the login. So when the user provides the credentials and they are correct, we can grab this information and put it in a session variable. But we don't have a typical login functionality in our application. We are logging in through the Django administration. So what we are going to do instead is to place it in our main view. So we need to jump into tasks and then into views py, and we need to find create task list view. And somewhere above the form valid, I'm going to write get. So I'm going to place in the get method, which takes in self request and then args and keyword args. So over here, I'm just going to return super and then get request args and keyword args. All right. So inside, I'm going to place this information. So I'm going to write request session, and then I'm going to name it user time zone, and this is going to be equal request user time zone. Okay, so once we access the main page, we will grab the request user time zone, so the logged in user time zone, and we will place it in the session variable. So as the next step, let's save the views.py file and jump into the users views.py, because over here we have the option to manually update our time zone. So over here, let's update the session variable. So this time it's self request session, and then the name is user time zone. And here we are going to set it to selected time zone. So now I'm going to save the views.py file, and I'm going to go to the history. Over here we have our DateTime TZ filter, which takes in the obj time start, time end, as well as the request user as an additional argument. So I'm going to comment this out, or I'm going to copy it first and then comment it out, paste it below, and at the top I'm going to load TZ, and now we can use the time zone filter. So I'm going to write, instead of DateTime TZ, time zone, and here time zone as well. And over here we will provide the request session, and we will access the user time zone. So I'm going to copy this and then paste it below, save this, and yeah, let's try it out. So I'm going to head over to the main page. Right now, I should have set the session variable, but let's try it with maybe something else than Europe Madrid. I'm going to go to maybe US Alaska, save. And now I'm going to go to measure, history, and this should be Alaska time. So it's 8:42. Let's go back to the main page. Let's set now maybe Europe London. Save. Go back to the fifth task, history, and as you can see, the time is completely different. So this is working. This is maybe a little bit easier solution, which gives us a little bit less control, but it's easier because you don't have to write your own custom template. However, this custom template you write once and then you can use it across the entire application, or even in other applications you can use it. But if you don't want to do it, you just need to remember to provide the code for setting the session variable as well as updating the session variable.